And we are live. 15 minutes late, just like last night. So we're like the Vikings once again.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I always kind of try to plan it early so we're actually on the air to, when we're actually going to start the draft. But thank you again to Harrison McGee, a friend from college, to jump on the podcast with us tonight to provide a little color for us.
Yeah, it should be fun. See,
so
guys get drafted.
Yeah. So I guess to start off, kind of wanted to open up tonight's chat with kind of the obvious. How stupid was last night's pick of Michael Penix by Atlanta?
Well, Harrison, do you want to start as our guest?
Sure. I mean, Michael Penix is a player. I don't hate him. Like, I think it's an older guy, but like a more traditional sling the ball quarterback. Left hand's a little weird, but to pick him 8th after you just gave Kirk Cousins, I think $180 million makes about as much sense as nothing. It makes no sense whatsoever. Like, it's a strange pick, and now like I feel you've got Cousins mad, and now you've got this whole confusing situation with a guy that's 24, and if the Cousins thing works out for 4 years, he's not playing until he's 28. Like, what upside do you have there besides paying Kirk Cousins a lot of dead money to eventually get replaced or something like that? I just don't see the logic behind it.
For me, it's just the how bad the process was. And don't mind me, as soon as I'm done talking here, I'm going to start eating pizza, people. So don't. But anyways, it's funny that Ryan Pace is so high up in that organization, and it's very similar to what he did kind of drafting when he drafted Mitch Trubisky, and it was like secret, we're not telling anybody else. It was I guess when they went after Fields, they had to get things checked out with the rest of the organization to okay a trade up like that. I remember them talking about how him and Nagy had to talk to the McCaskies about that. But it's funny that I saw a report that Penix didn't even have a like a top 30-day visit or whatever they call those. He didn't have any private workouts for them. They met at the combine and they were at his pro day, but they didn't meet in private that time. So like, if your goal was to draft a quarterback in the first round, and if it was Michael Penix, whatever. But again, why go after Cousins? Why give Cousins that money? Why didn't you go after Justin Fields then? Like, why didn't you get Justin Fields on a year or two deal or pick up his 5th-year option next year, and you wouldn't have had to trade that much? Certainly the compensation and trade value would have been less than the money you're giving Kirk Cousins. And then you can draft Michael Penix and say, hey, we're going to see what Fields has for these next 2 years. And then that way it's you have 2 lottery tickets. You don't have 2 lottery tickets right now. You have Cousins, who you probably will be all right for the next couple of years. But as you said, by the time Penix is going to see the field, it's going to be useless.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe like, what's the ideal scenario if Atlanta's right? Like, does Penix take over, or like, are they this contending team with Cousins behind him, and then all of a sudden they just kind of like turn the keys over to Penix? Like, I just don't see like what's the best possible scenario.
You imagine like a year and a half into Kirk Cousins being there, that something happens where like if Cousins goes down, or maybe his play starts to deteriorate, and Penix comes in as early as possible, because it's not going to be this year. And even if it was this year, they're not turning to Penix to start next year. The earliest Penix is starting is in year 3 of the Cousins deal and his deal. I don't know.
I just didn't understand it from the sense that, like, it almost seems like there was like this disconnect between Cousins, the Falcons, and then the decision to take Penix, like, why would you go ahead and give Kirk Cousins $100 million a month ago, knowing full well you're sitting in a position to take one of the quarterbacks? And you're sitting at 8, so you're probably like, you have to kind of know that Michael Penix is going to be there for you. I don't think anybody thought he would go higher than 8.
Yeah, you would think.
So if he was your guy and you really liked him, then why wouldn't you? Like, I don't really hate the pick in a vacuum. I hate the pick in the sense that, like, you got Cousins too, and their timelines don't even match up well, because Cousins has basically 3 years where you're going to have to pay him. It's all guaranteed money. You can't get out of it. Are you going to pay him $100 million to sit on the bench for Michael Penix? Or are you going to sit the guy you took 8th overall? Like, it's not even comparable to like what the Packers did with Jordan Love, or even what the Patriots tried to do with Jimmy Garoppolo like 10 years ago. Yeah. Because in that sense, like, technically those two teams had outs if they wanted them.
Yeah.
And the Falcons literally just made the bed with Kirk Cousins. Like, that's their guy for the next 3 years. And the other thing is, like, Garoppolo and Love in those situations were like 21 when they came out in the draft.
Oh, exactly.
Penix is like, he's like got 6 years of college. So he's not exactly a developmental guy. Like, I think Penix kind of is what he is at this point. Like, he's got a good arm. You know, he's got some tools you really like. But, like, I don't think he's going to develop into anything more. And then by the end of his rookie contract, he's going to be like 28. Yeah. I really just, it didn't make any sense. The whole, it's almost like they drafted not thinking about what they just did in free agency, which is kind of crazy for a team for a franchise in the NFL to do that. Like, you're managing a $1 billion operation, and it's the most important position on the field, and they managed to screw it up really badly. So, but that was fascinating. What other, like, Harrison, because we got our thoughts across last night on the stream. What other picks had you kind of scratching your head?
So the one that I think gets overlooked here from all the Penix news is the Broncos making the move on Bo Nix. Like, Bo Nix as a prospect, I mean, pretty much unanimously. I mean, there was a lot of steam late. Like, he may go late first. Somebody might sneak up into the first round to get him. But taking him at 12 just feels like such a huge reach. And I mean, he may be the guy, but, like, I feel like there's nothing about him physically, like, with his game, that is elite. I mean, he's pretty quick. He did a lot of good things at Oregon, but he's also another 5-6 year guy that has played a lot of football. Like, what exactly are you getting there? I mean, I know they needed a quarterback, but why so high? So many good players left on the board when you could probably get back later in the first round probably to get them. Because, I mean, after the Broncos, who else was in the market for a quarterback? Maybe the Saints, maybe. Like, there's a few maybe teams, but nobody that's, like, gonna really need a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it was more of a straight pick out of desperation, because, I mean, are you really going to roll in to year 2 with Sean Payton with, I mean, who was it? They have Zach Wilson now, and then it's
a rough roster.
Jared Stidham. Like, I don't think they can confidently going. I think they were in kind of a desperate strait. So, but the thing is, like, picking desperately is not always the best move. Now, I defended Nix because I think he does have some qualities, especially in, like, a controlled offense, like what Sean Payton's going to try to run.
Okay.
Because, like, think about, like, last year, Russell Wilson, like, what is he best at? Like, he's best at, like, kind of playing out of structure. You got to run the ball a lot. It's a lot of deep balls. Like, he's not really good at playing control of football. Bo Nix is like the opposite. Really doesn't make any big throws, but he's not going to screw it up either.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what Sean Payton, I think, wants. So I think Bo Nix can, like, he can be fine. I don't see a ton of upside. I don't think he's going to go in and be Patrick Mahomes 2.0 or anything, but I can see why they took him, but I don't think you needed to pick him at 12. Like, we did a mock draft 2 weeks ago. I had the Broncos taking him at 31 when they traded back. I don't think they had to spend the 12th pick to get Bo Nix, personally.
No, I don't, and that's what kind of confuses me. I guess maybe with that Penix pick, then Austin McCarthy goes, you just feel like you have to make that move because you may not get your guy. And if Nix is the guy, like that, all the power to you. If you think he's going to be your franchise quarterback, go get him where you need to get him. But I'm not quite sold on Nix like you are. But it just seemed like a reactionary decision where it's kind of like, did we really prepare this process to be able to like get where we wanted to be? And I just don't feel like the Broncos, like if Penix doesn't get drafted and they still make that move, I feel like that's the talk of the draft. Like, oh wow, what a reach. But given the Penix move, like it makes more sense. It's just that high doesn't feel like, especially coming off last year's draft where like all the quarterbacks went later. I mean, like who do you like better between Levis or Bo Nix? Like,
yeah, I would take Levis over Nix, like 100%.
Second round. It's just kind of one of these things where I feel like there's such an overreaction because of the quarterback run that you've left yourself in a bad position.
Well, it's like somebody said, our quarterbacks, they put it as 4 through 6, but I don't want to include JJ McCarthy in this. Well, I'll say our quarterbacks 5 through 7 or 5 and 6 will stay in this draft, which I think would be Penix and Nix.
Yeah.
Are they better than quarterbacks 1 through 3 next year?
Who would be quarterbacks 1 through 3 next year?
You're probably looking
Shedeur
at
Sanders is big.
Shedeur Sanders and Drew Aller.
Drew Aller. I mean,
I think this
would you
class
not
is
have
a lot
waited a
better.
year?
production wise, I like Nick's better than
if the Broncos did say, all right, we're gonna roll with Zach Wilson, that's your tank year.
Yeah.
Like you might end up with the top pick of the draft. And then you have your pick of the best quarterback. Now, it's not a year like this year with the quarterbacks, but I don't know, maybe you never know who could like surprise. Like there could be a quarterback that rises to the occasion or something like that.
For sure.
In the next year. So I don't know. It's Spencer Rattler there on TV. We'll see where he ends up.
That could be interesting.
I'm not necessarily I don't want to say that like I'm sold on Nix being like a franchise quarterback, but it's kind of similar. Like I think he's going to be like a replacement level guy. So it's one of those things where I don't think he's not going to be he's not worth the 12th pick. But let's just say that. I think he fit more of a late first round pick. Somebody in the back end of the first trades up to get the 5th year option type of guy.
And looking through previous years. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, he has limitations to his game, and like I recognize that. Like we had the graphic up there that he's like basically dead last in the FBS and like big time throws.
Yeah.
He doesn't make big time plays. Like he let his receivers do everything at Oregon. But I think there is a role for that type of player in the NFL. Yeah. But the thing is, like, you also don't have any like projectable upside with that.
Yeah,
like,
what's your ceiling then?
Yeah, in the first round, especially. Like, let's just do like a thought experiment, like Sam Howell versus Bo Nix. Who do you like better?
Sam Howell, probably.
Yeah, and Sam Howell in the 5th, like Brock Purdy versus Bo Nix. Like, I feel like they're similar type players, and other teams are getting these kind of players way later in the draft, and we're drafting this guy at 12 when he's almost the same age as some of these guys too.
Well, Brock Purdy actually is, I think, an example of why Bo Nix just went 12th overall, though. So, because Brock Purdy, if you look at his game, he like Sam Howell to me like had a lot of traits that made people like. He had a great deep ball, like he had a lot of mobility, made big plays in North Carolina, but he took a ton of sacks and he's small, so he should not have gone in the 5th round. Like that's obvious. Like he started his season in the NFL. That's a good pick for the 5th round. Yeah. But Brock Purdy is like an MVP level quarterback, at least production wise. I don't think he's better than Lamar Jackson, but or anything like that. But Brock Purdy, I think, proved that you don't have to necessarily have like the elite traits that Bo Nix does not possess. Yeah. To be basically a good Super Bowl level quarterback. Yeah. And the thing is, he's not going to screw it up. And I think that's the thing with Sean Payton, and Drew Brees was so masterful at like Drew Brees was a pilot of a ship.
For sure.
Like, he didn't necessarily
Here's the national champions.
Wow. But if you have Bo Nix, like if you're going to ask him to make a lot of big throws and make highlight plays, the Broncos are going to be terrible.
Yeah.
But I think if Sean Payton builds an offense around him, and I said last night specifically, like a lot of what this pick will hinge on is what type of team are you going to build around Bo Nix? Are you going to get a bunch of playmakers? Like, can Sean Payton find an Alvin Kamara in the second or third round, like the next one? Can he get a Michael Thomas on day 2? Like, he was able to do that in New Orleans and build a great offense.
For sure.
We'll see if he can do that in Denver.
Because that doesn't exist in Denver now, for sure. It just feels like you're setting the kid up he's going to have to put a lot of things together with. I mean, who do they have? Cortland Sutton right now. Judy's not there anymore. Like, it's not a whole lot to work with. So.
Yeah, basically Sutton is the only guy with substantial Tim Patrick, who hasn't played in 2 years. Greg Dulcich can't stay healthy. Like, that's about it.
Yeah,
they're pretty low on pass catchers.
The running back, Williams,
Javonte Williams, yeah.
Oh,
and they have the kid that what's his name? Jaleel McLaughlin. He was he's talented, but he's like an FCS running back from Youngstown State. Yeah, he's not going to be he's a role player, but they got to get somebody that can make a difference yards after the catch wise. Like, you're not going to succeed with Bo Nix if you're asking him to make money throws.
Yeah.
But now we're officially, we have a team on the clock now.
Yeah.
So Buffalo traded back twice last night, so they're actually the first team now.
I think you're only about 5 seconds ahead of me this time.
Yeah, we managed. We did pretty good. I'm still on NFL Network, so.
Oh, I'm on
ABC, right?
ABC. Actually, that might be the trick there.
So I think with Buffalo though, like they've low key lost a lot of players.
Yeah,
Stephon Diggs,
their roster,
Gabe Davis. I mean, they lost guys in their second year. He got old. I think they could go in a lot of different places here.
I'm thinking receiver. I feel like they've made a move. I feel like maybe Thomas was their guy, and when he wasn't available, they moved back, knowing that they weren't going to lose it. I mean, maybe an Adonai Mitchell, maybe a Ladd McConkey, somebody like that. But I feel like they have somebody.
I had McConkey going here in the first round when we did a mock draft. He was because McConkey feels to me like somebody that would go late first, early second.
Yeah.
He's not going to fall past, I don't think, the 40th pick. He won't go past that.
No chance.
So I agree with you. I think they got to get something, because all they have really in terms of pass catcher right now is, Khalil Shakir, but are you going to really rely on that? And then they have Kincaid, the first round pick they had from last year.
Oh, shoot. I gave it. The PFF seems to be well ahead of us.
You can go ahead and spoil it. I'm okay.
Yeah. With the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State.
Interesting. Maybe that was their guy all along, and they plan to move back, gain some capital.
Maybe this is what we do for this one. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the first round. Maybe we announce the damn pick.
Yeah. Well, it'd be easier for me to cut it up later, but
yeah.
I think Coleman's kind of like I think he's a love or hate kind of player, at least from everything I've studied up on him. Like, people love him or hate him.
I mean, early on in that LSU game, the first game of the year, like after that game, he was getting talked about as like a top 10 guy. And I think just like kind of lulling off after that, and then not really running well at the combine kind of pushed him down. But I think like as far as like physical size between him, Mitchell, and McConkey, like he's that prototypical big go get the ball receiver, which is something they really didn't have. I mean, Gabe Davis was a little bit bigger guy, but he was more of like a field stretcher. Whereas I think Keon Coleman, maybe they're looking for that possession, big bodied receiver that can make some plays. if that's what you're going for.
Yeah. He weirdly had a really low, like or lower contested catch percentage, which I thought was weird for a guy that's 6'4", 215.
Yeah.
But the more I watched Keon Coleman, I came away with really one take, and I had the same take for the Texas receivers that Jordan Travis was not very good. Like,
yeah.
like because I mean, and all the college football fans like Jordan Travis and they like Quinn Ewers because they won a lot of games, right? And their replacements were even worse. But like in terms of ball placement, it wasn't there. But I think Keon Coleman, like I think the thing on his profile, it's not even at Florida State. You did bring up the LSU game. The cool thing about that game is he outproduced Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors. Like he was the star of that game. Which is something to say. I mean, Malik Neighbors looks like one of the best receiving prospects in recent years. But I think the thing that stands out about Keon Coleman is what he did at Michigan State. You go back to 2022, he was actually the lead receiver and outproduced a second-round pick that has been productive since he's gotten in the NFL in Jaden Reed. I guess I thought it was so important, I listed it twice. But I think this is a really good fit too, because to me, they're just going to pepper him with targets. He can get downfield, but he can also work kind of in the intermediate areas, and he can play in the slot. Because in a way, like Stephon Diggs was able to do that. Like Stephon Diggs was able to move around and play different positions all over the field. They have to have somebody that does that. But he also has the size of Gabe Davis. So I think this is kind of an interesting pick.
And looking at the receiving core right now, I mean, the only guy with any real size, I mean, Mac Hollins is some size, is proven. Then Justin Shorter was like an interesting toolsy guy out of Florida last year that has some size. But outside of that, when you're looking at Khalil Shakir, who is, I think, like 180 pounds, not a big guy at all. Like they needed some size in the receiving core with more proven talent, and I think that's what they got here. So,
yeah. So I think the next team on the clock, we have the Patriots, and they have a pretty rough offensive roster. I think, the funny thing about the Patriots, though, is the fact that, their defense is still pretty good. So I think they took care of what they needed to last night, taking Drake May, number 3. I think that was the right move. I don't love Drake May. I don't think he's my favorite quarterback that's ever come out, but I respect that you have to take the quarterback when you have the 3rd pick like that, because he has that projectable upside. But they could go in a lot of different directions here, because
you got a lot of holes.
A lot of holes because Bill has not drafted well in the last few years, to say the least. What was funny last night, because he was on McAfee's live stream, he did not sign up for ours, unfortunately. I really tried. But
what to do with me?
Yeah,
almost.
But it was kind of funny because I was like, if there's one thing I don't want to listen to Bill Belichick too much about right now, it's probably the draft, to be honest. Because it's like he hadn't done that great in recent years. But this team has been left kind of wanting for talent.
Yeah. I think they should be a team that I'm kind of surprised we didn't hear of something over the course of the afternoon. You have the likes of Brandon Ayuk that is supposedly on the market. I know some people are saying Debo, but San Francisco only paid him like 2 years ago.
That was just a rumor, I think. Yeah. I think the Ayuk thing is real.
Higgins. I would be looking for, if I'm New England, I don't think any of these guys are going to help. Any, like a Troy Franklin, a Ladd McConkey, all sound nice, especially when you get them cheap. But I mean, you need to get somebody for your rookie quarterback.
It looks like we've had a trade, actually. I think the Chargers are now on the clock.
That's what I was. Oh.
So the 34th pick and the 5th round pick of the Chargers, they received a 5th round pick from the Patriots. The Patriots get the 37, so they move back 3 spots, and they swap. They get a 4th round pick. So basically the Chargers and the Patriots swapped 4th and 5th round picks for the Chargers to move up 3 spots. I think this has to be a receiver.
Yeah, I would think so too. You get something for Herbert. Maybe a slot guy. They just lost their slot guy.
Quentin Johnston. I was a big fan of his last year, and that was terrible.
Yeah. I
that
mean, it's
was a
only year
bust.
one. He could still pull something out.
Well, when you
Yeah.
get a receiver that has a limited route tree, you don't know if it's the receiver or the scheme. You
Yeah.
know, and you
Well,
don't know until the first year in the NFL.
What
Oh,
I
yeah.
never understood about Quentin Johnston, though, is how they decided to use him. Let me switch to the Chargers here. But there they are. The thing that confused me about Quentin Johnston last year is how the Chargers used him, because like they were using him as like an X receiver, like your traditional X. I think when they replaced Mike Williams when he like was out of the lineup, and I'm like, that's actually not. I know he was like 6'3", right, and he looks like an X receiver.
Yeah.
But he ain't that guy. Like he's not really that good downfield, like with contested catches and things like that. Like he really doesn't have very good hands. But I think the Chargers though they need some more reliable pass catchers. Whether it's it could be even Jatavian Sanders, a tight end. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Does PFF have it up, Neil?
Yes, let's check.
Because they're announcing it now, so I assume they already did.
With the 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey, wide receiver, Georgia.
There you go.
Yeah. I think that's a perfect fit because they just lost God, I'm blanking on his name. Keenan Allen, who was the possession receiver, ran all his routes really well. Maybe not a speed guy, although Ladd McConkey's a 4.3 guy, so maybe a little faster than Keenan Allen was. But I think he's somebody that can run all your routes, get open, and helps them with the hole that they had. Somebody to help Herbert get rid of the ball faster.
Yeah, he was a solid yards after catch player, like more than I think a lot of people give him credit for. But last year, limited based off of how many games he played.
Yeah,
I love looking at yards per route run for receivers because ultimately, like college offenses vary so much. Like you could play in an offense that throws it 60 times. Like I'm not going to look at your raw numbers as well as somebody. Like if you play for Michigan, you could have 800 yards and be elite because they run the ball so much. And Georgia's kind of the same way. They run it down people's throat. They're usually up 30 points half the time they're playing.
Yeah.
But he had that. I always look, if you have a 3+ yards per route run at any point in your college career, that's elite. Like you can't. And like you said, like he could play in the slot, but he didn't really do that a lot in college. I think he's a wide receiver. Like he's going to play probably your slot, you're kind of a flanker role maybe. But I think he could play slot. I think he's versatile enough. But I think there's a misconception out there. He is like you said, a 4.3 guy. He is not like people. I think a lot of the times, like they see a white receiver, they just automatically say, okay, there's Wes Welker.
Yeah, there's your bring your lunch pail kind of guy.
Yeah. So I like this pick. I thought he was going to go first round, but I was only off by I just think I would flip him and Pearsall. I would take McConkey over Pearsall.
I like Pearsall better, but I think the big knock on him is that I feel like he was also hurt a lot. I think he was a dynamic player, the best receiver on Georgia outside of Bowers, obviously, but that's hard to beat. But I feel like there's a lot of knee issues with him. Early on, like this year, he was hurt a lot. I feel like the year before he left the game with an injury. That would be my only concern with him. Not a big guy, but you're not drafting for that.
So we have a trade. The Falcons are on the clock. The Cardinals were.
What are the Falcons doing now?
Yeah. So I think the Falcons were at pick 11 in the second round, so they're moving up to. I guess it was.
Maybe they're the team that drafts Johnny Newton. I know we said that 100 times. He must have had some bad medicals.
I think so. There's only one. Yeah, there's only one. Oh, that's the only way, because I think all the draft people were saying that he was going to be a top 15 pick, and then he's fallen into the second round.
We'll have to see.
We've had the Falcons, and we've talked about Penix. What's so weird to me though is like they do have they can almost be bailed out if Johnny Newton's like medicals do actually test out. Oh, like, if he doesn't have like a screwed up knee that we didn't know about or something, but like that would have been the pick I would have gone at if they had traded down to 12. I wouldn't have gone at 8. I would have taken.
No, yeah,
Byron
but
Murphy.
like it would have been.
Yeah. So I think they could maybe get bailed out here, but like, it still doesn't undo the clusterfuck that they caused last night. And like Kirk Cousins is probably pissed at them now, and that's gonna create a whole drama. I don't know what they think half the time when they make decisions, so this will be interesting.
Yeah.
It's probably like Jatavian Sanders because they feel like they need to replace Kyle Pitts. Just like, hey, we need another pass catcher.
We need another superstar tight end that doesn't catch the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they'll at least give him the ball now with all these quarterbacks in the room.
Yeah, you can have 2 quarterbacks on the field at the same time. That's how it can work.
It could be exciting.
Yeah.
But that'll be interesting to see. I mean, Newton would be a interesting pick here. Is Grady Jarrett still on the team, or is he retired now?
Yeah, he's still on the team. He's coming off an ACL, I think, though.
Yeah,
which like that would have been why you maybe get a defensive tackle at 8.
Yeah, like Grady Jarrett. I mean, they're very similar profiles too. Grady a little shorter, but like both guys. Let's see who they get.
Should I check PFF here?
Yeah, let's see.
Yes, this is a guy I wasn't able to pronounce his name when we were doing the mock draft. With the 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Falcons select Ruke or Horhorhol.
Aurora. Yeah, the guy from it's Rook something. I can't say his last name.
Rook, yeah.
Yeah, Rook Aurora, I think is how you say it. But he's a defensive tackle from Clemson.
He's not going to be known by his last name, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great athlete, but like kind of like a lot of Clemson guys, they're like super athletic, but like they leave a lot to be desired in terms of like
their way of playing it.
Yeah. Clemson's defense has been pretty good, to be honest, like the last few years. It's just watching their games. The problem is their offense is so ugly. But I mean, I don't know what you want. I don't know how you want me to say this, but like, to be honest with you, he's probably just going to be your average interior rusher that you see in the NFL. I don't think this pick necessarily is going to be remembered for good or for bad, to be honest.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, I mean, kind of another reach. I mean, there's a couple other guys on the board that you could have gone with there. I mean, especially Newton is somebody that steps out right off the bat, like as like an interior defensive lineman. So, I mean, obviously they need. I mean, I guess they're kind of beating to their own drum. They may prove us all wrong with several Hall of Fame selections, but as of right now, it's seeming like they are they're doing their own thing here, and we'll see how it works.
Yeah, what do you think about this? I'm kind of agreeing with you though. I think this is definitely the first red flag I have for Newton. Something's going on with him medically or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which is disappointing because he had such a great career at Illinois. No, Rook he's very versatile. He'll be able to play anywhere they need him on the defensive line. But I don't like. Was this something you needed to trade up for? I think he probably. Well, let me look at who's behind them. Washington probably wasn't going to take an interior lineman. New England probably wasn't.
Green Bay, but they're all the way back at 41. They didn't have to.
Well, they did have to hop Green Bay, but like, did you have to hop Green Bay all the way to? Like, well, I got maybe Carolina. They wanted to get in front of, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessary to do this, especially when the interior of your defense, or at least on your defensive line, is not the biggest hole that you have on that. They need an edge rusher better, or more, I should say, would make more grammatic sense there.
and that also ended the run on receivers that we had, by the way, because we had, I think, 4 straight picks going back to last night with
technically.
Pearsall, Xavier Legette. Then you had Keon Coleman and Lab McConkey. So 4 straight receivers. So we had a nice little run there for them. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock here, and they've made the pick. So let me go to them. They picked Jaden Daniels last night. Harrison, I assume you're a big Jaden Daniels guy, right?
I mean, I think he's definitely a really good player. I didn't know. I thought he would be a first rounder early on the process, and he certainly lived up to that. I feel like almost like projections have gotten a little too high. People were kind of putting him in Williams territory towards the end of it, which I felt was a little bit too much for him. I mean, he's certainly a really good player, but there's so much talent around him, and they just really aired the ball out at LSU that it became one of these things where the hype almost got too out of hand, where the prospect itself, I mean, he's a little bit skinnier, good arm, but not like a world class. I mean, he can run the ball. He's definitely very shifty, but I feel like there was almost, due to Drake May's kind of failings, he jumped him, but I feel like he almost got too out of hand, especially since Williams was kind of de facto number 1. I mean, my expectations are tempered for sure, especially going to a situation like Washington.
That's right in the middle of where me and you were, Steven. So that's actually really good because me and Steven were on 2 different ends of the spectrum, and you kind of just met us nice there in the middle.
Yeah. I was pro Jaden Daniels because I just think I was so enamored with what he was able to do last season.
Yeah.
At LSU, like when you put up that prolific of a season, like I'm gonna pay attention to you.
Yeah. Certainly.
It finally came to an end.
Yeah.
The fall finally came to an end.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Johnny.
John Newton.
Yeah. So, it looks like we're gonna have a D tackle run now.
Yeah. So I thought this guy, I think at the board that I had put together, it's not necessarily, I don't rank these guys. I basically just follow the consensus rankings here just to have an idea. But Johnny Newton seemed like a guy that was destined to go top 15, maybe top 20 at the worst. And here he is going pick 36 to Washington. This guy's a pretty hell of a good player. Like if you listen to a lot of podcasts of people that call these games, like who's the guy for Fox that's on Cowherd all the time?
Joel Klatt.
Joel Klatt likes him. He seems like the kind of the prototypical pass rushing D tackle that's going to be super disruptive. And it's kind of a luxury pick because this is the team that they have Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen already on the team. So how are they even going to rotate him in? That's going to be interesting to kind of see.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking of as I don't know why so much. Are they still running the 4-3 in Washington?
I have them listed as a 4-3 defense. Yeah. So yeah.
So they're still running. If they played a 3-4, then you could see he could play 3 or 5 or 1 tech. He is that versatile.
I will say though, so Joe Witt Jr. came from McCarthy's staff, and it's Dan Quinn as the head coach. So they're definitely going to run that Seattle.
It looks 4-3 according to our lads.
Yeah, but Joe Witt's he's been in a 3-4 before, but Dan Quinn's the head coach of this team. They're going to be a 4-3.
Yeah.
So one of those guys must have a contract that's due next year or something like that.
But on top of that, I mean, you look at San Francisco; they loaded up, especially on the interior D line. I think that's something that the teams may follow is finding premium guys, especially with injury turnover and just the amount of snaps that you can get. If you can get 15 super productive snaps out of 3 guys versus 30 so-so snaps, I think it can make sense, especially in a grinded out position like defensive tackle. And the interior line is such a tough go that if you can get somebody that can be disruptive every play and really be fresh out there, that's something that can cause a lot of damage. So maybe that's their thinking going into this pick.
They're already doing the thing where they're taking too long to announce them on TV. New England already has their pick in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Have they announced it? Okay. So we'll go with the PFF stream to keep up. So they go. So let's go over the Patriots real fast.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of needs. They've already gone. No, they traded back. That's right. They traded back in this pick. So they're running a lot of stuff with like Ben McAdoo, Alex Van Pelt. So I think they're going to run like a kind of a spread type of look, going back to Mike McCarthy's days in Green Bay and what he's done in Dallas, and what Ben McAdoo did when he was in when he was the head coach in New York. They like to spread it out a lot, so you got to get receivers, and that's where they took Jalen Polk out of Washington.
Yeah,
I gotta find him here. But they take Jalen Polk out of Washington. Harrison, what do you think of this kid?
Got to see him play live this year at the Pac-12 Championship. I mean, don't know a ton, but I mean, he's certainly part of a prolific offense. Helped Penix out. I mean, playing opposite Rome Odunze obviously helps you out. You see a lot lighter coverage, but I mean, he's somebody that I think could help out the Patriots a lot.
Yeah, great hands, kind of a guy. He really kind of only broke out this year. Like he had, a couple decent seasons. I think he was hurt a lot a few years ago, but nothing outstanding. And of course, with the rest of Washington, there's Darryl Green on the TV. See, this is the stuff. Well, why? There's no need for all that pomp and circumstance. But he broke out, which was a great time to do it because Washington had a very prolific passing offense, and he was a part of it. He definitely wasn't the best part of it, but he helped, and he got a lot of nice looks. Probably more single coverage, or he wasn't getting so much help over the top, as say Rome Odunze was, and he had a quarterback that could put it in the basket quite easily for himself. New England needed, obviously, they needed guy. They only got KJ Osborne this offseason, who was very serviceable, I guess would be the best way you could say it. Not a bad player by any stretch, but
I think KJ Osborne's been a good player for them. I mean, but I still think their best player has been Kendrick Bourne. Has been their best player. It's going to be interesting because they have spent a lot of draft picks actually on receiver because they took that kid out of Baylor a couple of years ago. Was it Tyquan Thornton?
Yes.
And he's been terrible for them. He hadn't done anything. So I like Jalen Polk because he's versatile and can kind of line up anywhere, and that does really well in a McCarthy type of offense. Like I mentioned, where they run a lot of spread. His analytical profile, it doesn't look that good. Like his yards per route run, his target share, like all the things like a lot of analytics people look at, like it's not going to look strong, but at the same time, you're competing with, 4 targets against Rome Odunze, who was a top 10 pick, and then another guy that's probably going to go tonight, and Jalen McMillan. So I think, but his best trait is probably his ability to win at the catch point and like get those jump balls. So I like Jalen Polk. And it's kind of like we're starting to get to like the end of the run on the second round level receivers. We've had a lot. Like there were 3 in the top 10. We had Leggett go. We had Pearsall go. Brian Thomas went to the Jags. So, I mean, and then we had a couple go tonight. I think these teams are starting to realize they better go get their guy now before
I
it's too
forgot
late.
Pearsall went already. I was going to say, like, wait, who drafted him?
Yeah. He snuck into the first round. That surprised me. I didn't think he would do a first round, but I thought he was good to go early day 2, but that surprised me a little bit. So we have the Titans are on the clock here.
Yeah.
And
their pick is not in.
Yeah, they're a team that is in a little bit of a transition. They fired Vrabel, which what are your thoughts on that, Harrison? Like I'm still surprised they ended up doing that.
I think it was just kind of like one of these things where you don't know what you lost until you lose it. And everything felt stale. And so coming off one bad year where you're not really a Super Bowl guy, like they decided to shake things up. I don't think it's the right move. I mean, we can remember times before Vrabel was not a pretty picture with the Titans, and he had something consistent. His teams had an identity. They were tough. They were gritty. They made it hard for you to beat them. And I think just one bad year, especially with the injuries that they had, it seemed like a reactionary move to me.
Yeah, I didn't get it, and I speculated last night, and this has been my opinion going back to January. I think they fired him because he didn't.
I was going to say, Harrison,
it's getting darker and darker. I was
all you can see were your eyes.
Yeah.
You should have just kept it going. just be pitch black.
People will be like, well, "Who's talking? Where's that voice coming from?"
Just a corner in this room.
But I think, yeah, I would have. But with my take on Vrabel was, and I said this last night, and I don't know if you agree with it, but like I think he hated Will Levis, and like I didn't think he wanted him. He hated the Treylon Burks pick. You can just read the body language. I think he was defeated the moment they traded AJ Brown. Yeah. Because when they did that and they trade possibly like a Hall of Fame level receiver.
Yeah.
And him and a guy that can bring your offense, and basically score a touchdown on one play. You had that with AJ Brown. They lost that. It kind of exposed Tannehill in 2022. They were horrible last year. I think the front office, obviously they made the pick. They believe in Levis. He didn't. Front office won, and they're going to stick with Levis. And I think their philosophy is going to be how I think the Panthers should also operate. You just got to build your team around Levis. And if you fail that way, you fail that way. But the problem is receivers, we've had a good run. So I think this is where they maybe look at the offensive line. And they did that last
the
night.
Defensive line.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, you just build up your offense.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But the Texans, or excuse me, not the Texans, the Titans do draft defensive lineman T'Vondre Sweat.
Interesting.
Big boy.
Yeah.
He is the biggest guy in the class. I think that's safe to say. 362 pounds. I was a little surprised that he beat out Byron Murphy for Defensive Player of the Year, and that was like a big controversy apparently. But the thing is, he is an immovable object in the run game because Harrison, you played offensive line in college. I can't imagine it's easy to push anybody that weighs that much.
No, he's a huge person, and especially the way he moves better than you think he would at that size. And that's something that it's one thing, like I can get around somebody that's that big and like kind of wall them off, but if he's going to move with you the whole time, that's a really tough thing to do. And that allows him to like kind of control the line of scrimmage and a lateral plane, which is something that's very good.
A guy that big, you'd almost expect to play nose tackle, but he played a lot of 3-tech.
Yeah. He's very athletic, but I think the one thing that you see with guys that are that size, like if you remember like Terrence Cody back in the day, is these really big guys that have like really big highlight plays, but conditioning's always a factor. It's just hard to move that much weight around for 10, 15 plays without losing some sort of level. And I think that's something that he's going to end up being a specialist essentially. Like I don't think he's going to give you everything. You got to give him one job and do that.
So you think he'll just be like an early down like type player, goal line?
Most likely, unless he like reshapes the body, gets down to like a 330. Like it would be interesting to see like something like that. Where kind of like, I mean, if you remember Jordan Davis from Georgia, like he was somebody that was really productive. But I think like getting the NFL, losing some of that weight, you can probably like evolve your game, be somebody that's a lot more versatile. But as of right now, I think he's a plug and play, first down, second down type of guy.
Yeah, because like I even remember like when Jordan Davis blew up the combine, I'm like, that's great and all, but ultimately, like, how can you stay healthy playing 17 games when you're 350, 360 pounds rushing the passer every down? You're not going to be able to. Like, you either play every down at 320 to 330 pounds, or if you're going to stay 350 plus, you're really, like you said, a specialist. So that'll be interesting. But these are the kind of guys, they're unicorns, especially guys that are that athletic at that size. You're not going to find this guy in the 5th round. So, so the next team we have on the clock are the Rams. The Rams have had 2 picks here in the top 50, which is just crazy to say. That doesn't happen very often. They usually trade all them picks, or what they always say is fuck them picks. So the Rams, this is where last night, I think last night and the night before, like this was one of my Michael Penix destinations for round 2, but Penix went top 10, so that kind of blew up in my face.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're going to go quarterback, because if they went quarterback, that'd be a little crazy for Spencer Rattler to go top 50. And Stafford apparently wants a new contract, so I think he's looking for an extension to stay in LA anyway. This was a team last night. I was thinking maybe interior lineman. So I don't know. Where do y'all think he should go, or where do y'all think the Rams should go here?
I like Braden to them.
Yeah, I like Braden Fisk here. I think he's somebody that kind of gives you something similar to what Aaron Donald gave. Up the field player, very athletic, blew up the combine, very productive player at Florida State. I think he's somebody that can fit right here.
What about you, Neil?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Chris Jenkins. You know me, I'm always a little bit biased for certain guys.
Yeah.
But he's incredible. You know, you're never going to be able to replace what Aaron Donald was to your like, you know, that's just impossible. He's a once in a lifetime player. But you need to find somebody that does one thing at least pretty well, or you know, somewhat close to it, maybe what Aaron Donald did. Chris Jenkins is really, really good against the run, and I think that would be a good start. You know, if you can at least stop the running game, you know, if a team can run the ball on you, they can do anything on you. And
some of the Rams have been historically bad at for the past couple of years.
And even with Donald, yeah. So
Donald was he's a bad run defender.
Because he was always so far up the field.
But Harrison's made his first correct call tonight for like player for player. It's Braden Fisk of Florida State. So he's actually a transfer. He was at Western Michigan before.
Yeah.
He played a little bit of defensive end, so I think he's got some twitch to him when he was at Western Michigan, but he was more of a B gap defender at Florida State. He's kind of a speed to power type player. Like, he's got a lot of quickness in his pass rush. And the thing that happens with him, though, is he gets washed out of double teams because he's not really, you know, he's kind of undersized for a defensive tackle. He's not 300 pounds.
I feel like you fit him right into that Aaron Donald role where, like, you kind of give him some freedom to go gap to gap. He's not really playing gap sound, make your linebackers right behind him. But I think he fits kind of the hole that they were missing as far as like an up the field kind of player that can be disruptive. And sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. He did a lot of good things at Florida State. They even rushed him out wide from time to time, opposite Jared Verse. So I think he's somebody that can give them that dimension if he works out. So I like that pick filling in that hole. I mean, you're never going to be Aaron Donald, obviously, but he's somebody that I think can at least try to mimic what he did.
They had a kid, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Like, because he was scrappy. He was a little bit bigger than Fisk. I think he might be on the Bucks now. Greg Gaines.
Gaines? Yeah. The short, that nose guard from Washington.
Yeah, he's a little stouter than Fisk, but he like played like Fisk, where he's just really physical. Like, it could just be that he's like a, you know, kind of a small school white guy. Like, so maybe that's it. Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely a rough player. I think he's a little bit less. He's definitely somebody that like brings like a physical mentality to the game. I don't think he's quite as up the field as Fisk. Like, I don't think he brings as much of a pass rush element as Fisk would. I mean, obviously being like, I think he's only like 6'1", maybe like 6'1", 290, 300 pounds. So he's a little bit stouter, but he's definitely somebody that I think they can have a similar effect as far as kind of playing anywhere in the interior line. I think Fisk could even rush outside in sub packages and things like that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because like you mentioned, I mean, or like I mentioned earlier, he did play a little bit of defensive end at the MAC level. Obviously, the MAC is a huge jump to the NFL.
Yeah.
And he played primarily more. I guess he put on some weight when he got to Florida State and kicked
Yeah.
inside.
Yeah.
But I was a big fan of him. And he graded pretty well across all the things. We have a trade here.
Oh, look at that.
The Eagles have traded up.
They got to go defense. They got to be looking at DB, I would imagine. More DBs.
Oh my God, I know the pick already and it kills me.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and it's guess who's on the clock after them?
Green Bay.
My dream is over because this was such a Green Bay player. Like I gotta find him now. 1 second. Where is he?
Here it is, everybody.
I think I know.
Oh, think of when you think of like Packers defensive players.
Yeah.
Midwest tough.
Yeah. Well,
bring your
like
lunch
they're
to work.
I gotta find him now.
God.
Where the hell is he?
Oh man. So he's gonna be playing safety for sure.
Yes. Where did I save him at? I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm trying to find. Oh, I had him highlighted.
The top 20 guys, probably.
Yeah, I had him highlighted, which was a mistake. He was not. But Cooper DeJean is the pick to the Eagles. So DeJean is like my favorite player in the draft.
Yeah,
because he's like I compared him. He's not this good because Charles Woodson had like a lot more like lateral agility, but Charles Woodson was like what I saw because he's always around the ball. He's making plays. He has that return ability. He's a lead in run support. And like I fall for that every time with defensive backs or those guys that can come up and make tackles in the backfield.
Yeah.
Because most defensive backs, like especially guys that can play corner, don't do that. And I like that added element. He was also like basically the best slot corner in the entire in all of college football. And that's where I thought he was going to play specifically, which is maybe why he fell into the second round, because I don't know how much the NFL values a slot corner. A lot of people were speculating whether he was going to be, an outside corner or a safety. But the thing is like, I don't think he's a safety. He's too athletic for that. To me, I think he could play outside, but like he is a dominant player inside. Yeah. Like put him on slot defenders. You can maybe line him up against tight ends and he can hang with those guys. Like I think he's a chess piece for a defense. Yeah. And he brings that element in the return game too.
You look at a guy like Brian Branch for the Lions that kind of stepped into that role as well. I mean, he played a little more outside corner as well, but that is such a versatile position because that's a guy that's going to get you turnovers, that's going to make plays in the running game. And it's something that I think since C.J. Gardner-Johnson left that defense that they hadn't really had, he can bring a new edge to it. Because that's going to be a guy making run fits, a guy that's going to be covering the flats, even sometimes that seam route down the middle where your safeties are split. Like that's such a big position, and to have an elite type player there is huge. And I mean that pass defense was Swiss cheese last year, so they need somebody to get back there and make plays.
So I just wanted to update us before I'm assuming Green Bay will be picking here in a minute.
They're not actually. They traded.
Oh, no. They did. So that's 3 trades in a row. I just want to update us on some of the trades. Carolina kind of fleeced the Rams, which is great for them because they recoup basically one of the picks that they lost when trading for to the Bears last year. So they got the 52nd. So obviously that's what the Rams traded up to get. That was the swap. But then they got a second round pick next year. And they got a day 3 tomorrow. But that second round next year, that is a huge caveat in that deal. So good job. I mean, for a team that, and I've been one of the people that have been making fun of the Panthers for all their misfortune of late. That's a great trade for them to get that done. And then the Eagles and the Commanders Hold on. The Eagles and the Commanders. The Eagles traded their 50th pick to go up to 40. They also included the 53rd overall pick, and a 5th rounder tomorrow. And the Eagles are getting back. So from Washington, they're getting a 3rd later on this evening, and then a 5th tomorrow. So that's a fairly even trade. But Washington now is going to double up with 2 second-round picks, or actually, this will be their second and their third second-round picks.
Wow.
So the New Orleans Saints actually traded with the Packers, which was the next. You haven't mentioned that trade yet, have you?
No, I have not. Do you want me to?
I don't even know if the terms have come out, but they traded back. So New Orleans traded their second-round pick that they, I think, got from Denver for the Sean Payton trade. Because remember, Sean Payton, they actually got a draft pick for that, which is kind of crazy. And I think there was a second-round pick involved. But anyway, New Orleans trades up here. And Harrison, I don't know if you've seen the pick yet, but like you're a Saints fan. Who would you go here in the second round?
Did see the pick. I mean, I was hoping maybe you make a move on receiver, but a lot of those guys are gone. Really, the only guy left from that second group is like Adonai Mitchell, which, I mean, you kind of already have a similar profile player with Olave. So I think DB was another big need. You put a lot of investment into the defensive line and the offensive line so far. So getting a corner would be a good idea, especially somebody that has some talent on the outside.
I think you'll be happy then.
Yeah, I've already seen the pick.
Yeah, they go Kool-Aid McKinstry. So one of the best zone. More about this, it's like if you're one of the best zone corners in a draft class, shouldn't you go really high? Considering the fact that like almost every defense in the NFL primarily plays zone coverage a majority of the time, right? So like your main task is to play zone coverage when you're playing corner in the NFL, and he's one of the best to do it. I think the Saints got a good player here, and we'll see what they end up paying for that pick to move up. I think it was like 5 or 6 spots.
They traded 45 and 168 and 190.
Okay, so Green Bay just picks up a bunch of like day 3 picks.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, so Green Bay must have been like, we didn't really we didn't see a difference between any of the guys.
Probably the run there in front of them made them think otherwise.
They probably got so mad they just rage quit when Cooper DeJean went off the board.
So he was their guy. They knew he was their guy. I mean, Kool-Aid's somebody that, like, looking at his combine stats, I mean, he doesn't run the fastest 40 at 4.5. That's not exactly ideal on the outside, but the 10-yard split, something at a 1.44 is like otherworldly. So that's somebody where like the burst is clearly there. I mean, he's got a decent vertical jump, but like long speed may be an issue. But I think the Saints play a lot of zone anyway, so it's something where you can put him outside with Lattimore. If Lattimore's still there, I believe he is. I think we just got rid of Thomas outside of our contract hell.
Yeah, Lattimore's still there. I would have noted that for the Saints if they had lost him.
Yeah, but Thomas is still there. He's somebody you can pair around outside, and they've got a pretty exciting young defense coming together. So I like the pick. I think he's somebody that could help them out.
And then we have the Houston Texans up next, and the pick's already in, but we're gonna kind of go over the Texans because this is actually their first pick of the draft.
I know.
So yeah, because they traded, I guess, their pick that they owned from Cleveland. They gave that up. I guess they gave that to Minnesota, right? And then Minnesota moved that last night. But anyway, Houston's one of the big stories in the NFL because like they've completely rebuilt their team over the last 2 years. They went from basically worse to now a lot of people are kind of making them like dark horse picks to go to the Super Bowl. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't follow the Texans that much compared to some like NFC teams specifically, but like any ideas where they could maybe go here?
Did he freeze?
Yeah, one of y'all go.
Pick him for us.
So my bad.
Yeah. We're good. I mean, I think interior defensive line is somewhere they could go. I mean, Jenkins wouldn't be a bad pick. Somebody that's toolsy that has a lot of upside. somebody there. Interior offensive line's not a bad place to go as well. There's some of those guys still left on the board. I mean, it's really. I mean, I feel like they're pretty set at receiver with Diggs there. Maybe a tight end like what's his name? Texas kid.
Oh, I'm blanking now. Ja'Tavion Sanders, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different places you can go. I mean, having the franchise guy kind of affords you some leverage, but I think after the run on corners, it seems like I'd probably go interior defensive line.
Well, they end up, yeah, they keep the theme going with a run on corners. They go Kamari Lassiter from Georgia. So that's, what is that, 3 corners in a row now? So Philly started kind of a run on that position here. But he's strong against the run, which I'm kind of a big sucker for. And he's more of a man-to-man guy. So I think a lot of it's kind of scheme like specific. Like, what do you do? Like, what role are you going to play in your offense? Like, if they ask him to play a lot of man-to-man, he's going to be really good for them. But I think I don't know if he's as strong in zone coverage. And the other thing is, like, and this is a big negative, only 1 career interception. I don't like that because, like, if you're not showing signs of ball skills in college, I don't see that translating to the pros. And to win games in the league, you got to force turnovers. So I'm not a big fan of that. But what are y'all's thoughts on this pick?
I mean, if you can find a good press man corner, it's always a good thing to have. Those guys are usually set the tone for your defense. I think D'Amico Ryans especially wants to have a physical, tough defense, which is something that I think they were working on last year but weren't quite there. If he's somebody that can bring that attitude to the outside, it's certainly a good player to have. I mean, only 1 career interception is definitely concerning, though, because usually that's the one good thing about press man guys with good ball skills is they're going to turn the ball over. They're going to get beat, but you don't want to see no turnovers with that kind of corner, and that's certainly something that's very concerning. But I mean, if you're looking for that as a defense, I think he's certainly somebody that can fill that role.
Yeah. So the next pick we have is another corner that I think that's, what is that, 4 in a row now? We have Max Melton from Rutgers. I think he's way down my board here. 1 second. 97th overall. And like I said, I'm not going to say it's a bad pick. This is just like the consensus rankings that I had.
Yeah.
But Max Melton from Rutgers, brother of Bo Melton, who's an outside corner. Bo Melton's a receiver for the Packers, also played at Rutgers, came out a couple years ago. He's one of those guys. He's better in zone coverage, steady improvement over each season. And he's got that like really good start-stop ability, which I think is really important, especially when you're playing a lot of zone. So I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Rutgers football, but that's kind of the notes on Max Melton. So I think we're a little caught up now. We're finally, I think,
interceptions in his college career, so that's certainly something to note as well. Like, he seems to be good pedigree, good combine, a lot of turnovers. So maybe somebody that can be a difference maker.
Yeah. So we have the Raiders now on the clock, and I think we're actually on the clock. So we are caught up now. Harrison, try turning your camera off and turning it back on.
Yeah, let's see.
Because I can hear you fine.
Yeah. Press stop camera. Doesn't seem like it's responding. Let me see if I refresh this the link. I might leave, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, I'll let you back in once you come in. But Neil, who do you think the Raiders should take here?
Sometimes it's not good to go with the consensus of, everybody else is going with the cornerback. Maybe we should too. They definitely.
There's been a run.
Yeah, there's been a run. I think their best bet might be to stay away from it. I think this is where we see a running back. What about you? I kind of think they should draft Spencer Rattler.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess because all you got is Gardner Minshew going into the season.
Yeah, I kind of think this is like a good spot. You're good now, Harrison.
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah, I kind of think this is a good spot for. I don't know. They were the team that really lost out yesterday. I mean, I know the Falcons screwed up, and maybe the Raiders taking Penix at 13 wouldn't have been any better, but they would have felt happier than they did. They drafted the kid out of Bowers out of Georgia. They could
just triple up on your tight ends.
Yeah. Run the three. Yeah,
just Michael Mayer to the practice squad.
Who needs? I mean, 3 tight end sets. It's a new football.
13. Is that 13 personnel?
I think it's 31 personnel.
30. Oh yeah, because I guess that would be one running back, or it would. No, that would be no.
I think it is 13 because
it'd be 13.
12,
31 would be 31 would be 3 backs.
31 would be the T formation.
Wishbone. I think we should go back to that. Actually, I think that would be exciting football. Just bring one triple option team, kind of like college.
Yeah, like the Bears have to be the team that runs the wishbone.
It'd be amazing. It'd be amazing.
Actually, I'm sure the likes of like Jim Harbaugh, if you heard that, he'd probably be like, "Yeah, we'll try that."
That's an idea.
I've actually thought about that before. Like, I've theorized that if teams keep moving towards playing nickel and their other sub packages, it's like, why don't teams get bigger and play more physical on the line of scrimmage and like stop get out of your spread looks?
You have to break the evolutionary process then.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Yeah. Groupthink's a big thing in the NFL. I found. I feel like one person does something, everyone else has got to do it.
Is this who it is?
Yeah. So the Raiders go Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon. A lot of people thought this was the best center in the draft.
He had a great Senior Bowl week. He was fantastic.
He just looks like a guy that would like start shit, like on every play. Like I get like I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I get Richie Incognito vibes just from his picture.
I love it. He wore arm sleeves during the game, which I was not a big fan of. I don't like O-linemen with arm sleeves, but I gave him a pass because it's Oregon. But I mean, he's definitely a physical guy. I saw a lot of him being like mocked to the Steelers. It's kind of like the next great center. I liked his tape a lot. I mean, he's dominant. He's nasty, and like he does it all. As a center, it's not the hardest blocking, but especially having played a little bit of right guard, there's some versatility there. He doesn't have the ideal frame to like kick out to a bunch of different positions, but I think interiorly it doesn't really matter that much. Like there's no reason to be 6'5" as a guard. Like it's nice, but it doesn't help you all that much. So I think he's somebody that's going to help him.
Like honestly, like having a low center of gravity at center, wouldn't that actually help you?
It could.
Like,
I mean, you see a lot of shorter D tackles, like especially guys that are like twitchy. They tend to be like short little bowling balls, like the Texas kid that got drafted yesterday, Byron. Like Warren Sapp types, Aaron Donald. Like, and so being able to get up underneath them helps a little bit. But keeps you a little bit more compact, a little more powerful. And I mean, in center, it doesn't really matter. Like, most of your blocks in center aren't that hard. Overall, they're like reaching a shade's a little tough, but overall, you're kind of directing and helping out for the most part. So being able to get to linebackers and then beat your one-on-one guys when you have to, down blocks, some reach blocks type of things. Like the length isn't really that big of a deal, in my opinion.
Yep. So yeah, I like. I mean, I think this is a guy I thought easily could have gone in the first round. So I think by default, this is a good pick. Just because you're getting
and they desperately needed help because their offensive line is like, that it's what an offensive line looks like in week 17 of a team that's been injury ravaged. Like it's brutal, and like a team should not look like that before the season.
Yeah.
So the next team on the clock is the team that traded back with the Saints, the Packers.
First time since 2008 that Green Bay's been a 4-3 team, Steven?
Yeah. The year they fired, I can't remember who their defensive coordinator was now at this point. It's been so long. It's been 16 years. But they hired Dom Capers at the end of the 2008 season. They've been a 3-4 team ever since. They went through Mike Pettin, which was okay, and then they had Joe Barry, and that was awful. So they are back to being a 4-3 team. So they have a huge need, as you bring up. I don't know if you've already seen the pick, which that might be why you brought it up, but I think they have a huge need at linebacker. Because when you're transitioning from a 3-4 to a 4-3, you're asking a lot of you're bringing in different roles. So, you're going to have a Sam, a Mike, and a Will. The strong side guy's not going to play every down, but you're still going to need him. But I think all they really have on their roster that's super talented is Quay Walker, and he's hit or miss in terms of consistency. So I think they just need athleticism at linebacker. So the pick is actually Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M. And when I talk about off-ball linebackers being great athletes, this guy is, I would argue, the best one. And he went before Peyton Wilson, which was interesting because Peyton Wilson was most people's consensus inside linebacker. But this guy's one of the best guys in the draft as well. He graded out great. He's long and rangy, which I think you're going to need to be able to do in terms of to play coverage. He also has elite speed. And I think Green Bay, they care about more about athleticism, I think, than anything else. Like they ultimately, a lot of the fans seem to think that there's like a correlation between RAS score and Packers draft picks on the first 2 days. If you don't have a good RAS score, they're not going to pick you. And this guy definitely has at least probably a 9.2. Now, I'm sure they have their own score internally, but he's got to be an elite athlete, and this guy certainly fits that mold.
Kind of matches up well with Quay Walker. I mean, you can kind of play a weak side middle linebacker. Like, you're going to have a very rangy, fast linebacking core that's going to be able to get there. He had, I believe, 17 tackles for loss at a stand-up linebacker. That's incredible. I mean, you're shooting the gas, you're diagnosing the play very quickly. So that's something that could be deadly for that Green Bay defense, especially going up against the Lions are kind of a little bit of a throwback. You're going to be playing a lot of physical teams, especially in that colder weather.
Yeah.
He's going to Brian Balaga. He was the one who announced the pick.
He's going to beat the shit out of Caleb Williams.
Hopefully.
If he can catch him.
Yeah. He definitely can. He ran a 4.5, so I think he's
Caleb Williams.
So I think he can. No, I'm just kidding. But or am I? But the next team on the clock is Carolina. So they've actually, I think they've been pretty active in this round. I think they had multiple seconds going into tonight, but they have to make them count. Or I guess they had multiple seconds going into last night, and then they traded up for Leggett.
So they must have traded up again then, huh?
They
were at 52, and now they're picking again?
They are. I think the philosophy for the Panthers, though, and I said this last night, and I think everybody's agreed with me so far. You just have to make Bryce Young, like, you have to give him as many weapons or offensive linemen as possible. And if he fails, he fails.
Yeah.
Because there's no going back. You're stuck with him. You gave up so much to go get him. You have to make it work. So are y'all kind of on the same page, or do you think maybe they go defense?
Yeah, I mean, you have no choice. Whether Dave Canal, I know sometimes the head coach comes in similar to what happened to Justin Fields. A head coach and GM come in and you think, oh, they wouldn't have taken the job if they didn't believe in the kid. Yeah. And I think the Bears made kind of fake believe for 2 years that they believed in Fields. Yeah. And so, well, either one way or another, Bryce Young has to prove that he's worth building around. So yeah, you got to, it's now or never, really. You can't let it get to next year and you're still one.
Yeah, absolutely. But they end up going Jonathan Brooks from Texas. So that's the first running back off the board here.
Yeah.
Yes. They have, he only had 238 career carries in college, which is insanely low for a guy that's going into the draft, but for good reason. because he played behind B. John Robinson, so he's not going to he's not getting on the field with B.
And Roschon Johnson.
And Roschon Johnson, he was third on there.
Yeah, Roschon Johnson was a 4th-round pick last year to Chicago. Sure. So like it's hard to see the field, but he waited, he didn't transfer, and he was breaking out last year. He was, catching passes, that 9% target share. I think this guy was like a borderline late 1st-round pick if he doesn't have the ACL injury. But his issue is that ACL injury. He's coming off of that. Like, is he going to be as explosive as he was? Most of the guys are, but you can't just assume that. And is he going to be ready for week 1? But I think this guy is probably – I still think – I like Jalen Wright a lot from Tennessee just because of how athletic he is. But Jonathan Brooks is probably right up with him in terms of athleticism.
From Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Back. What I like what Carolina is doing yesterday with the last pick of the 1st round, and today their 1st pick of the 2nd round. And they didn't do this last year. Is you put veterans on your offensive line, so you have a couple like hardened guys who have been through it. You paid them handsomely. They're there to protect Bryce Young, like big brothers, we'll say. And then you have at your skill positions, you're trying to surround him with young guys. Now, they didn't do that last year. They got Adam Thielen. They got Miles Sanders.
Yeah.
Terrace Marshall was always there. And but like now you're starting to put young guys to build with Bryce Young. At the skill position and keep him safe by having his big brothers in front of him. I think that's a much better plan than whatever they had going last year. Last year, it was like they threw for a team that wasn't that far off in 2022. Like it was like they threw shit at a wall and saw what stuck.
They had no plan. You could tell from
it was brutal.
Yeah, going through it. I mean, it seems like for 2 years now, like the last year with Rule, like I feel like Tepper is the owner, has created a lot of pressure.
Did you see what he did at that restaurant?
I've seen a couple different things. I remember he threw water on a fan or something like that at one of the games. But what did he do at a restaurant? Like,
so somebody in Carolina, I don't know where, Steven, you probably know. It must have been in Charlotte, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I wouldn't know if it's in Charlotte, but
so it was a restaurant that had like on their marquee outside, make sure the head coach and GM make the pick this year. And Tepper drove by on his way to the facility and like walked in and basically demanded that they take down the sign. How soft can you be?
Yeah. I mean, clearly he's got a little bit of ego on him. So it's
But the next team we have on the clock, and they've already picked, I think, we're a couple of picks behind, so I'll try to roll through here. Look here real fast. The key loss that they have in free agency was Xavier McKinney. He was, I think, one of the most expensive free agents, goes to the Packers.
Incredible player.
So they have to replace him because he was one of the staples of their defense. So they go with Tyler Nubin from Minnesota.
Safety?
If I can find it. Yeah, Tyler Nubin from Minnesota, the safety. Yes. So they go with him here in the 2nd round. So I'm guessing they're just going to replace what they had with McKinney, and they're going to try to run it back with Nubin here. My only red flag with him, like most people love him, my only red flag is he sat behind Antoine Winfield Jr. and like that was like 5 years ago. So he's been in college for a really long time. I talked about it with Leggett last night on the receiver side. Mm-hmm. I love early declares, like the guys that just ball out as sophomores. Like I want those guys. I worry about that with him, but he showed that he's versatile. He can play against the run. He's a solid player. We'll just see what he can do for the Giants. Y'all have any takes on Tyler Nubin?
Not too familiar. I mean, I do know DB was a big need for them. I feel like with the age thing, it's position by position. I think safety, especially being more of like an instincts kind of position rather than an athletic position. I mean, obviously, it's good to have a really strong athlete out there. It can help translate a little bit better. I feel like that may give him a leg up, especially if he's somebody that has good instincts, reads the ball well, because you can make up for some of the more athletic deficiencies right there, because it's not really as much about the athleticism there. So just a caveat to that, playing safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, he well, I not so much about Tyler Newman himself, but it'll be interesting to see how Washington or not Washington, I don't know why I said Washington. New York does this year without Wink Martindale at defense. I know there was a huge I guess row that led to him and Dable breaking up. Who's their new defense on the do you know, Steven?
The Giants' new defensive coordinator. I had it up there. It's 1 second. It is Shane Bowen. I don't know much about him.
Yeah, I'm not sure
honest.
about him, but
Yeah.
it'll help anyways that they have another pass rusher opposite of Kayvon Thibodeau now, and Brian Burns. So that's good for a young defensive back. But yeah, you want to move on?
Yeah, I'm gonna speed through these next couple of picks. We have a Jags pick. They go. I guess it's Mason Smith from LSU. He was way down the board. If y'all can tell, I have a different design slide here.
Yeah.
So on this board I'm like I said, I'm not the authority on the drafts, but it was on slide 110.
Yeah.
So the Jags, I don't think the consensus is very happy with this. But
so with him,
he's an athletic freak though.
He's a big dude. His freshman year tape was incredible. He was a freshman All-American, like a really strong player, somebody that like came into like on a pretty bad LSU team. Like he was a big highlight point. Then coming in 2022, he tore his ACL in the first game against Florida State, I believe on a goal line, like the first thing. And then coming to this year, he just looked lost. Like he wasn't trying. So it's something like if he plays like he did in 2021, he's a first round talent that you're getting at this point with the size and the speed to be like an interior rusher and just an absolute freak inside. But if he plays like he did this year, you're getting a slouch. You're getting nothing. And that's, I guess, the risk they're taking by drafting him here. Because, like, I mean, like, based off this year's film, like, I wouldn't draft him at all. But 2021, you're getting one of the best players in the draft. So I guess that's kind of the risk reward that the Jaguars are taking right here.
His people, whoever they are, must have told him that it's time to go to the pros, but he probably definitely could have used another year to get himself more prepared for the league. But
his people were right, though, because he just made some bank. He's a second-round pick.
It's true. So, well, they must have done something.
I mean, like a lot of people, like it's kind of funny. Like you'll hear like a casual conversation about when people talk about the draft. Like, oh man, he felt all the way to round 2. Like if you're a second-round pick, like you have a long runway to screw up as a draft pick. Like
you're gonna make it to year 3.
Yeah, you have to be really bad or like get in trouble to not make it to year 3 of your contract. Yeah. They have a lot invested in you, and they're going to pay you nice. And if you can get to that second contract, you're going to get paid. Yeah. So the next team on that, like I said, we're trying to catch up here, is Chris Jenkins to the Bengals. So I grew up very familiar with Chris Jenkins of the Carolina Panthers and the New York Jets. And his son is now playing in the NFL for the Bengals. So, Neil, you're a Michigan guy, so I'll let you kind of break him down. Newest member of the Bengals, Chris Jenkins.
Yeah, when Michigan has kind of rotated out a lot of great defensive linemen over the last couple of years. Chris Jenkins, he was thought of to be a lot, I think, higher draft pick going into this year. But as that comes, when you go into a season like that, you become from day one every team, when they're watching film, they're circling you and saying, we can't let this guy beat us. So that's how Michigan had other guys. Like Junior Colson had a great season because he was his buddy in front of him, Chris Jenkins, was fighting off double teams all the time. This was and Michigan runs to a platoon of defensive linemen. So it wasn't like Chris Jenkins would have lost or had too many snaps on the body where he's getting constantly double teamed. But I think when people see like a big fall from, a junior year to a senior year, the other thing that we have to consider is now teams are making you the focal point of their game plan. And Chris Jenkins became that. So I think he's a great player. He's very, very good against the run. And Cincinnati needs that. And they also need to know how to run the ball better. We talked about that last night, but that's beside the point. I think this is a great pick for Cincinnati.
Harrison?
I mean, Michigan's got a lot of really good defensive players, so it's really hard to be that disruptive force on the inside. He's somebody that profiles well, a great run defender. The Bengals, they haven't had that kind of presence in probably 5-6 years since whenever Geno Atkins left. So, like, having somebody that you can kind of anchor your defense up front is something that can help. I mean, I think they signed like Ogunjobi off the Browns or something like that, but he isn't quite the same. But that's something that, like, I think other teams in the division have really modeled their franchises off of, and I think that's something that they need. So Jenkins is, I think, an ideal player for that. He's got an NFL pedigree, so he'll come into the building knowing what to do. And it's somebody that can be that franchise anchor, even if he's not, like, the great interior pass rusher. You're still getting somebody that's going to be a franchise cornerstone for the next 5 years, at least. I mean, 3-4 years through the contract and possibly to a second contract. So,
yeah, he was a rotational player at Michigan, but like Harrison mentioned, and you might have mentioned it too, Neil, is that they're so loaded on defense at Michigan. Like, you're going to naturally rotate in when you're an interior lineman. Why wouldn't you? You're going to have a guy that comes in that's NFL caliber as well. Harbaugh really recruited well. The thing that, like, when I saw is how freaking strong this guy was. So I like this. I think teams that win, I think there's a correlation between good interior line play and good interior, like, not on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. So look at the Chiefs, for example, like Chris Jones on defense, and then they have some of the best guard and center play in the entire league.
Yeah.
And even though they don't have the best weapons, everybody complained about their pass game last year, they still found a way to win the Super Bowl. So I think quarterback play and winning up front, you can't go wrong. I like the pick by the Bengals here. Washington is the next team on the clock here. And they ended up going corner and another Michigan guy off the board too. It's Mike Sandrin still. So back-to-back Michigan guys. He hasn't been a corner that long. Neil,
No.
do you know more of his story than I do, probably?
Yeah, he started off as a wide receiver. He played wide receiver. I think he was a redshirt in 2019, I want to say. And then 2020, he played a little bit, but I think he actually got hurt during that COVID season. 2021, he was a wide receiver, but Michigan actually had a couple decent, like Anthony Jennings, or Anthony, what the heck is his last name?
Anthony Jennings, yeah.
Anthony Jennings, yeah. He was like Michigan's number one that year. Roman Wilson was kind of coming up on that team. So he actually only made the switch to corner for the 2022 season, and he's been a natural at corner. He's incredibly smart, but he still has, as a former wide receiver, some great ball skills. You can find the ball at any time. And he's just a big play merchant. When Michigan needed a big play, whether it be an interception, a strip, or like just a good run stop, or a pass breakup. He was there. He clinched the national championship with an interception that he nearly went 80 yards with. I think he did win 80 yards, but it wasn't 80 yards for a touchdown. It was like down to the 3. Yeah, I love Mikey Sanders still. He is like, as a Michigan fan, like he's hero arc.
He's just really disruptive, and I like those kind of players. I mean, Cooper DeJean was like my favorite one of all of them. Just guys that can get around the ball, they can tackle, they can just disrupt players. There's more to playing defensive back than just playing coverage, right?
You know who he reminds me of? Do you remember Marcus Joyner from that Florida State national championship team?
Yeah, he was on the Rams too.
Yeah, a Rams guy, like a good nickel corner, like in the box, somebody that's always around the ball. Like I mean, he doesn't have the size to play outside, obviously, but like I think he's somebody that can have a big effect. I mean, maybe Tyrann Mathieu-esque in a way.
Yeah, that's like the 99th percentile outcome if he can become a Tyrann Mathieu.
Yeah,
but
obviously.
Yeah, but these guys have roles and they're valuable. And but like I said, I'm a sucker for guys that are big playmakers and that are disruptive, and they just do a lot of the little things right too. Like, you're never going to hear about him, missing a lot of tackles that he should have made too. I like these type of players. And these are really the perfect kind of guys to take in the second round of a draft. Like guys that do this from a blue blood program like Michigan, no doubt. Pittsburgh is on the clock now. We're almost caught up, I think. They are kind of in a position where, with Russell Wilson, I think they have to build a new offense because what they were doing with Kenny Pickett is probably going to be a little bit different than what they're going to do with Russ. And, if it doesn't work out with Russ, maybe Justin Fields. I think they're probably going to go offensive line and try to especially with Arthur Smith, they're going to run the ball a lot. I think you got to win up front on the inside. So I think they go line here. Y'all have any thoughts here?
Yeah, no, I've been pretty much thinking they need to go offensive line because they didn't do anything to help their offensive line in free agency. So the draft, I think, should have been that should be the main focus.
Yeah. And that was the main focus because they take Zach Frazier just from down the street at West Virginia. So he is probably going to play center. 100% of his snaps in his career were at center. They talk about arm length in the scouting report. I wrote that down, but ultimately, I don't know how much that actually matters for a center.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of probably the most boring pick to analyze in the entire draft, where it's like he's a center, he's good, highly graded. They took a center. Congratulations, Pittsburgh. I think
misses on those picks. They got a pretty good track record of center draft picks. Yeah. I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a former wrestler.
Also bodes well.
Yeah. So I think those are the kind of guys you want. So I think that's a solid pick, but I'm not going to pretend like I watched a lot of center tape.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
if you're watching center tape and you're not getting paid like a lot of money to do it, like you're a sicko.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So, like, obviously, if like you work in football or something like that, or if you were like a former lineman, but like if you're just a random NFL fan,
he was a former lineman. Why are you doing that? Like, what are you trying to get out of that?
Yeah. I could picture even if Stephen Hospital, one of our friends, if he wasn't a coach, I could still see him watching lineman lunch every day. Yeah. But anyway, next is the Colts, and did they make a trade up to 52? I can't even keep track.
Yeah, they would have. I think they would have. They must have been at 46, and they traded back with Carolina.
Yeah, we're going like so fast. I wish the first round were like this. This is great.
Yeah, I know.
We're going like a mile a minute. But the Colts, the one thing I thought about them is they're a team, and I already know the pick, so this is why I'm kind of setting it up, is they've taken a lot of receivers in the last 4 years. They've taken Michael Pittman in 2020. They had Alec Pierce in 22. And then last year they took Josh Downs.
Why is they so excited?
So my question is, why would you take Adonai Mitchell here in the second round? Like, where are you even going to fit him on the field? Like, I think this is a really high pick to be taking a receiver here when I don't even know where you can fit him on the field.
Yeah, it's a weird pick. I mean, unless you don't believe in Pierce or Downs, which, I mean, I feel like both are kind of like marginally productive. Obviously, Pittman was pretty productive this year.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe you're really trying to spread it out, go 4 wide. You don't trust your tight end core, which they've got. I think they had one guy just get arrested, so he's gone, obviously. But
yeah,
with Richardson out there, like it seems like maybe you're trying to like recreate, make easy reads, and give him room to run as well. Is what I would think.
Are they gonna even like? Are they even going to throw it that much too? That's the interesting thing, because it's like I think with Richardson, you almost want to set up like a similar, like, what is it, like a 2-back offense?
Yeah,
the Greg Roman type offense.
Yeah.
Maybe they're thinking like just value, because I know a lot of people had Adonai Mitchell going first round, late first round, maybe early second. Like, so maybe coming towards mid to late second, they're just thinking we can't pass up on somebody that's that athletic.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Alec Pierce pick, because that's kind of what Alec Pierce felt like. Was he wasn't the most productive player at Cincinnati, but he had a lot of physical tools that that were really impressive. Adonai Mitchell is probably, outside of, I would think, Leggett, the most impressive athlete at receiver in the entire draft.
Yeah.
I still think Leggett, just watching him in the SEC, I thought he was more impressive as an athlete, but it's hard to beat what Adonai Mitchell brings to the table. Yeah. But that's kind of all he brings to the table.
Yeah.
He never once in his college career got over 2 yards per route run. Last night we were talking about Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors was at like 3.65 yards per route run. So Malik Neighbors is literally like almost 3 times more productive at points in his career than Adonai Mitchell was. That's concerning. So can he make that physical profile like translate into the NFL?
He had a lot of trouble. I mean, he was at Georgia and wasn't really able to crack it there. I mean, he had some big plays, but nothing really like substantial really make his mark on. And really, it was this 1 year in Texas where he was the guy. And like in not all that productive a passing offense that he like kind of blew out and like showed his, I guess, stuff in a way. And I mean, maybe a little bit, it's maybe Quinn Ewers is not as good as he's hyped up to be, but it's something that's concerning that like, oh, you've got all these tools and yet you're still not a dominant college player. So that's something that can be concerning. And I think I think the Alec Pierce kind of comparison is interesting as well. Because maybe they didn't believe in him. Maybe it's something where like, oh, well, he obviously isn't the number 2. We need something else. But a lot of weird moves by the Colts here. But I mean,
it's just to me, like it's so early to give up on a guy like Pierce, because you kind of knew what he was when you drafted him just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You knew Pierce wasn't going to come in and be like this dominant force from the start. Like I think it'd be weird to give up on him. But see, Downs was also productive in his limited snaps last year, because I think he missed some games too. So and he's mostly going to play like slot receiver because Downs is so little.
Yeah,
and then Pittman is Pittman. Like he's going to be your one.
The contract yet? Because that might be the other thing. Is maybe they're not planning on making a move away. And
I think he did sign an extension.
Yeah. He got a new contract. So, I mean, then it's questioning. I'm thinking maybe value. Just the value of having that kind of athlete join your team. Anthony Richardson can throw the ball a mile, which is something they weren't able to do last year with Minshew. So maybe get somebody that can run up under it and go get it.
Sorry I had to leave there, guys. I had to take my dogs outside.
You're good.
No worries. It's a long draft.
It is, and it's gonna it's going to feel longer as we go. And you know what? I think I was wondering when this was going to happen. We finally hit the moment where we have a pick where I don't have a profile for them.
Oh no.
Pick 53.
Yeah. I know, because I made 114 of these, but I knew like we're not going to make it past the second round until somebody takes a pick below that. So Ben Sanute from Washington is the pick. He's a tight end. He went to Washington from Kansas State. Sorry, that's confusing.
Yeah.
But he's a Commander now. So Ben Sanute's profile, I'll just read what PFF wrote. If anybody else has any takes, true jack of all trade tight end. He can line up in the backfield, on the line of scrimmage, and at receiver. Doesn't have a true trump card, but he's the type of football player every NFL team wants in their tight end room. He's versatile, basically. He's 6'4", 245. That sounds like an H-back to me, if I've ever heard of an H-back. I don't know if anybody's watched Ben Sanute film, but
I can't say I've watched a lot. I mean, he seems like, Kansas State certainly produces a certain kind of football player, and versatile seems to be what he's at. I mean, looks like he's lined up the slot, tight end, fullback. I mean, H-back. He's somebody that you can kind of line up everywhere. I don't see his testing numbers right here. Let me see if I can pull those up. But if he's somebody that has plus athletic ability coming from a program like K-State, like you're gonna know, he's going to be gritty. He's going to be able to block. He's going to be able to do some of the things that you need out of a football player. Special teams will be something that's there. 4.68, 1.59, 10 split, 40-inch vertical. So he's somebody. The thing that really stands out to me is a 4.23 shuttle. That's pretty elite at that size. So you're getting a plus athlete that's going to do some of the other things well. So maybe a little higher than he was projected, but should be a good player for him.
And I don't think they haven't really had a lot of production from their tight ends in the last few years.
Outside of Thomas, Logan Thomas was kind of like, he's kind of somebody that's a little bit more of a freak athlete kind of guy, but he's been hurt, especially last year. He was hurt a lot and definitely getting up there in age.
They had Cole Turner, I think the kid from Old Dominion last year, but I don't think he really broke out much. But tight end's so tricky because like these guys are asked to do different things, even though they're all listed at tight end. Like you said, Logan Thomas and Ben Sanute are completely different players.
Yeah.
They're
the
going to be
only
asked to do
thing
different things.
I have on Ben Sanute is that he's from Waterloo, Iowa.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
The home of the Sullivan brothers, the 5 Sullivan brothers, and John Wayne Gacy.
Well, that's
so you could be remembered as war hero type or go a totally different path.
Your career could go 2 different ways.
All we know is he will be remembered if that's the case.
He's up there now. He's up there with them.
Hall of Fame or death chair? Which one do you want? So we have Cleveland. We're caught up right now because they have not submitted their pick yet. So I will go ahead and find Cleveland here and kind of talk, because I don't think we've talked much about the Browns yet.
No, we haven't. They haven't picked it all yet.
Did y'all see the Deshaun Watson pictures in Saudi Arabia?
I saw the tweet and it didn't even seem real.
Yeah,
a good look for him. What is he in like Saudi Arabia right now, or
he was earlier this week? He's like, I enjoyed my trip, and he was with some prince, like staying with some prince.
I'm watching Darryl Green, not to cut off about the Browns, but I'm watching Darryl Green announce the Commanders pick, and he's quite clearly wearing a Redskins jersey.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it still matters.
But they didn't give him like a Commanders jersey to wear.
He didn't play for the Commanders. He played for the Redskins.
It's true. That's true.
I can't wait for is they get like somebody out there, like let's say they get John Riggins to come out next year, and John Riggins, they're like, okay, like here's the script, and he's just gonna say,
do not go off the script, John.
With the 42nd pick in the NFL draft, the Washington Redskins, and he like clearly emphasizes the Redskins.
No.
Roger Goodell has a stroke on the sideline.
Yeah. But the Browns do have a pick, and they
Yeah.
stay with a player from the state of Ohio in Michael Hall Jr. I actually like this guy a lot.
Yeah.
I might be a sucker for like undersized D tackles though, because they make a lot of plays in college. But he's like a guy that can really get after the passer. He had a lot of swim moves, but like one thing that stood out to me is like against really good offensive lines like Notre Dame, Michigan, like he was pretty active.
Yeah.
So if he's playing well against those type of lines, I think that's going to translate well, and he's going to contribute at the NFL level.
Yeah, I think he's somebody that's more of like a specialist. I mean, kind of like a up the field type of defensive tackle. It's I like the pick. I mean, that's something that Cleveland has made their hallmark on. I mean, having Myles Garrett on your defensive line makes you deadly, and like the more one-on-one matchups with athletes you can get out there is something that's going to create more win rates, and that's something that they can hold their hat on. And I think he's going to be a pass rusher. He's going to be somebody that's going to get after the quarterback. And with Myles Garrett out there, you already know the attention is going to be on him. So he's very athletic, and he's going to be off the field. So like it makes sense for what they're trying to do. Now he's got to score some points, which I don't see happening.
Yeah, he's not going to face a lot of doubles. I mean,
No.
we kind of know that, not with Myles Garrett there.
Yeah.
So, like, I think he's going to get a lot of chances to win those. He got exposed on those double teams in college. Like, that's where he got pushed around a lot. He couldn't really, hold his gap there. But he's not going to go to a situation where he has to play like that.
Yeah. And the thing is that like, especially as an interior D lineman, I mean, there's so many specialized positions. Like, why put him out there to do something he's not good at? Put him in your sub packages. Put him as like the interior rusher there, and then we can figure out the other downs later. Or I mean, it is what it is. You put players in positions to win. He's going to be a good pass rusher. That's what you need to do.
He has and Jeremiah talked about this on the broadcast, it looks like, but the one thing that stood out to me just by watching a couple of his clips right here is how violent his hands are. Like he brings a punch on every play. So, but Michael Hall to the Browns, the Dolphins are on the clock. So who's the fastest player available? That's my question.
I was thinking this would probably be Ja'Tavion Sanders' spot if there was any.
I don't think. See the thing about pass catching tight ends on that team, I don't think they're not going to use them. Like that's like they're not going to get the ball to them. Like
not unless you can block every play. Like that's like coming from that tree. Like the only tight end that really stands out is Kittle, and that's because he does everything.
Why can't I remember who they picked last night? The Dolphins.
They took Chop Robinson.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Chop Robinson. I like that pick a lot. But he's kind of a one-trick pony though, like where he's a pass rush specialist, where he's super active, getting after the quarterback, really freaking fast. So of course that's what the Dolphins even like on the defensive side of the ball, apparently. But I think
here's quirky Mike McDonald.
I think the thing is like there's been a run recently on interior linemen. On defense, and they lost Christian Wilkins, and I don't really know what they've done to replace that.
Yeah,
not that you can replace what Christian
Benito
Wilkins
Jones is who they.
Who's that?
Benito Jones.
That's who they brought in.
Yeah,
he's kind of a run stopper. That is what he's known for.
Oh, and they also got Teair Tart. I don't know why Teair Tart wouldn't be considered the starter. Teair Tart was very good in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, they added a linebacker in Jordan Brooks. That's a former first-round pick.
They've added actually a lot of defensive linemen. So I feel like this is probably a place where they go offensive line, if I had to guess.
Or they could do what you theorized and where they double up. So they add a bunch of veteran free agents, and then they draft another guy, and then whoever wins out, wins out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they've already got an edge guy. There's a couple guys still available here that you could bring in. I mean, go.
Is
tight
this
end.
the first time where we're gonna line up like with the TV?
I
yeah,
think so.
'cause PFF has been ahead, but now they're not.
Bringing Spencer Rattler here. Little quarterback competition.
Patrick Paul
Ooh,
from
Oh, the
Houston.
tackle?
Yeah. This guy is like, if you didn't get that kid from Oklahoma, Guyton, Tyler
Yeah.
Guyton, the Cowboys picked him. If you didn't land him, I feel like this was the kind of player that you would want in round 2 because like he's 6'7", 315. He is just like if he can they can coach him up on like technique and things like that. And I really don't want to talk about like O-line technique,
yeah.
but like like if you can get him refined enough where he can not be a liability, I mean, he's got the physical makeup to just be special because you don't see 6'7", 315 with that type of length. You don't see that.
A lot
in
of
the draft.
starts. Second longest arms in the entire draft.
Yeah.
So he's somebody that has the profile of a big time tackle. So if he can get out there, I mean, they can certainly use some help at that position. So
He has gotten progressively better over his career at Houston too, which is a good sign.
yeah. So
And fun fact about him is he is the grandson of a former Nigerian president. Like that's kind of crazy. And his brother's in the NFL, or I think it's his brother or his cousin or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. And his grandfather was like not only a president, but like he was assassinated like while he was in office.
Is there
Like,
JFK?
I read up on Nigerian politics when I did homework on Patrick Paul. Like,
yeah,
it was
how many Nigerian presidents have been assassinated? Just a question.
probably not. Probably a lot.
Why'd you ask that?
And we're not just a football podcast. We're also a world politics podcast. So, Harrison, what's your take on Israel's Iron Dome? Like,
it's a lockdown defense.
Yeah. I mean, look at that recovery speed.
Covers the gaps. You're gonna have a hard time getting anything through there.
But I really don't like Iran's launch angle. Like they really need.
Yeah.
they really need. Oh, that's pretty good. But we got the Cowboys on the clock here. Hopefully I don't freeze here.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been on the on the line where I start to see everything start to freeze and I get worried.
Yeah.
But Cowboys are on the clock here. I think we are caught up. Famous last words.
Yeah.
This
so
seems
last
like
night,
a good position or good spot for Caleb Williams' teammate Marshawn Lloyd to go.
Yeah.
I could see Spencer Rattler.
I can see Rattler.
Or Spencer Rattler. I'm kind of waiting for Spencer Rattler to go somewhere.
Because
Go ahead,
Harrison.
I mean, it's kind of tough. Quarterback's always that next guy, that next tier quarterback's always tough to find, especially since like I feel like his tier kind of went so early that we'll see. I mean, I could see them kind of bringing him in. He's somebody that kind of profiles well. Similar later round pick to Dak. Maybe that's Dak's swan song, as it was with Tony Romo, just a later round guy, undrafted Tony Romo's case. Comes in and plays well in the preseason.
Yeah, they cannot franchise tag Dak Prescott. We talked about that last night.
Yeah.
And I mentioned I heard a rumor yesterday that I was listening to some podcast, I can't remember, but Daniel Jones or the Giants didn't take a quarterback last night. So I was thinking maybe Dak Prescott could be a candidate for a place like New York.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be Dak's last year in Dallas. I just get that sense.
Interesting. You think
Now,
they're ready? Yeah.
What's that?
You think they're ready to move on? That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that, but
I think internally, I think they're going to look at what he would want.
yeah.
And I think they're going to want to hit the reset button. Now,
It's like
at the same
Groundhog
time,
Day for them every year.
But at the same time, Dak could go out and win an MVP, and then everything changes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be funny?
I mean,
It could happen. I mean, he was
Right.
close last year. He played really well. So
do you think they double down on the offensive line? Like, if they don't go here, maybe double down. I mean, they've lost a lot of players there, so they've got some new guys. But I mean, either they or running back, I think is the thought process. If they go quarterback, I think that would bode towards your theory for sure. But if not I think running back or line is where they go.
I think if you go off pure need, I think Neil's prediction's correct. Marshawn Lloyd makes the most sense here because you need an every down back. Rico Dowdle's not going to cut it.
Yeah.
So,
funny enough, Marshawn Lloyd's actually a former Gamecock running back as well. And, everybody will think of him as Southern Cal, but he started at South Carolina.
that's kind of weird.
Yeah. So Rico Dowdle's also a Gamecock, and he kind of had an interest. He was like Rico Dowdle was in college like 8 years ago, I feel like, and he just broke out last year.
Yeah,
he's strange career for him.
Surprised he lasted that long, but good for him. A lot of Gamecock running backs still kicking out there. And Mike Davis out there for a while.
I think he up until like just last year, maybe.
Oh, he didn't play last year? Yeah, I know he got signed by the Falcons for like a lot of money, and then.
Yeah, that was like in 21, I think.
Okay.
But anyway, the pick is Marshawn Nealon. So he is probably got the goofiest profile picture of all the ones that we put together here.
Very bashful.
Yeah. There was another one, Javon Baker's, like when he gets picked tonight, which I assume he will, his is like doing this. Like he's on his side. And I'm like, what are they doing? Yeah.
Mid-laugh.
But yeah, I got a giggle. But his Bull Rush is like the center of his game, really physical. He's got that size and length that you look for, 6'3", 275.
Also, guys, I don't mean to be distracting, but if you look at his arm, does he have a crab tattooed to his arm?
It looks like it. Maybe he was a big fan of the beach.
Or Mr. Krabs.
I don't know. I don't know how to react to that. That may make me like him more or less. Because I know crabs are very handsy, but
gotta hear the story.
I'm getting I need an explanation for that. It's like that's concerning, I guess. It's concerning. There's no crabs in Dallas, so outside of the game. So that could
I think Dallas is far enough away where you're probably not wanting to order seafood.
Yeah, well, he's also in Western Michigan, so
yeah, there's no crabs in Kalamazoo. Well, there's different kind of crabs, maybe. In Kalamazoo.
Great Lakes.
Oh!
I learned from Neil just a couple of weeks ago. I used to think like, why would anyone go swimming at the beach in Chicago? Because they have a beach on the lake, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, actually, that's really clean. And then I like finally learned why St. Louis hates Chicago so much, because apparently Chicago dumps all of its sewage into the river that eventually flows down the Mississippi.
Yeah.
It used to flow into Lake Michigan, but then they reversed the flow in like 1900 because everybody was getting dysentery in Chicago. So they were like, well, what about the people that are Cardinals fans down there? What if we gave them dysentery? And that's how they yeah.
But we had Jim Thomas on talking about the Rams, and like he even brought up it's commonly known that Kansas City resents St. Louis and St. Louis resents Chicago, and then vice versa. Like Chicago looks down on St. Louis and St. Louis looks down on Kansas City.
Yeah.
And Neil's like, yeah, but and then Neil explained to me, it's like, it's literally, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'd be pretty pissed off too. Like my drinking water has your shit in it.
I'd be a little upset. So
yeah, granted, like they have water treatment now, but like I'm 150 years ago, it might be a little different. But.
If I'm getting cholera because of you, I'm not going to be a big fan. I'm not going to be a big fan at all.
and I told Neil though, I'm like, how do you think New Orleans feels about all this?
Everybody.
What can they do? They get flooded the whole time. They get to swim in it. But back to the draft, Marshawn Nealon is an interesting prospect. So I mean, he's somebody that's on the board. Bull Rush is kind of a weird thing. So I think probably projecting more as an interior rusher. I mean, playing off of God, I forgot his name. 11. He's one of the best defensive players.
Michael Parsons.
Yeah, Parsons, obviously. Playing off of him, he's somebody that could help out a lot. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he should. I mean, once again, kind of going off the Cleveland Browns pick with Michael Hall, I believe. It's somebody that the interior pass rush is something that can be a big deal, and I think that's where he would project at, especially being a bull rusher. Somebody that can play over the guard or a little bit wider 3 technique. Get that one-on-one matchup there.
And the Bucks are next. Who did they take last night?
They drafted the center out of Duke.
Oh yeah, Graham Barton.
Graham Barton, which was I mean, he's kind of a versatile pick. It'll be interesting to see where he.
There goes the edges.
Yeah,
but
Tampa Bay, they took Barton last night. They take Braswell from Alabama.
Yeah,
and
I was surprised
he was listed a lot higher on a lot of consensus rankings.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on him, Harrison?
I mean, he played across from Dallas Turner. I mean, there's so many good guys on the Alabama defense. They were stifling for while they were there, but I mean, good athlete, good pass rusher. It's somebody that can help the Bucks out. I mean, they went there. They went that way last year with Kalijah Clancy, who became a pretty good player. I mean, you can see what the Bucks are trying to do. So they've got. I mean, this is 3 years in a row they've spent a top 2 pick on a pass rushing type player. So I think they're trying to get a stable of guys in there that can get after it. So I mean, I think he fits that. I don't think he's going to help you stop the run at all. I think he's very much a situational player, but if he fills that role, 10 sacks isn't a bad thing.
It's been a long time, like since their 2020 season, where they had guys like Jason Pierre-Paul and who else was on that team? You had Shaq Barrett. They've all aged out.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we have Braswell to the Bucks. Neil, any takes on this?
I thought he was going to go earlier, and then when I seen that he was still on the board, I was actually really hoping that he'd continue to drop, thinking maybe like the Bears trade up for him, like their 3rd and like maybe a 5th next year or something to get up and take him. But no, I really liked him. He had good tape. But yeah, that seems to happen when one goes, like it's a domino effect. Then everyone starts to go. So, but I find it funny who Green Bay, or not so much who they took, but where they got him from.
Yeah, Green Bay has this natural obsession with Georgia defensive players.
That's what, 4 now on the defense?
Yeah. And it's funny, like they don't get the good ones. Apparently.
They go to the Eagles.
They go to the Eagles. Like all the good ones that everybody knows about, they go to the Eagles, and then we get like the Quay Walkers of the world to get ejected from games.
Athlete.
Like his career highlight was getting ejected against the Lions for basically pushing or shoving
Justin Fields last year, right?
Okay. Yeah. But he shoved the trainer. But that's Quay Walker's like highlight for Green Bay right now.
The week that of the whatchamacallit, Damar Hamlin.
Yeah. But Javon Bullard is the Packers pick at pick 58. So he's a guy that can play slot and deep safety. So I think they're going to play like him. I think they're going to use him a lot as kind of a chess piece. Like I wanted DeJean obviously to kind of be that chess piece. They didn't get him. But I think he and Xavier McKinney can kind of both do both roles. I think Green Bay, what they're looking for is just a lot of versatility along their defense. And he's good in run support. Like I'm so tired of Packers defensive backs not tackling. So the fact that he can do that, a lot of people think he's going to be just a nickel corner, which is what they need. They still have to figure out who's going to play opposite of Jair. They've been trying to figure that out for like 5 years now. They tried Kevin King. That didn't work.
No.
Eric Stokes, another Georgia guy, can't stay healthy or really can't recover from his injury that he had 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Any thoughts on Bullard?
Fits a need.
I think this was who I drafted for, or was it? No, I had the AFC. Did you draft Bullard in our second and third round mock?
I probably did. I can't remember.
Yeah, I kind of because it just seemed right. You know, he's a deep safety that Green Bay's been that they can pair up with McKinney. He's certainly better than probably. I see they have a 7th round pick. I mean, I don't know how good he was last year. I don't know. I'm sure, obviously, not good enough that they felt that they could roll into the season with him. But it's a good pick for Green Bay. It's just funny. I think all the Georgia guys that they seem to get, but
and
there's a pipeline there that they feel comfortable going with. So
and they've really filled positions of need. So they've defensive back, linebacker.
I see on our lads they have Morgan listed as like the potential starting right guard. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's where Morgan will be.
I said tackle. Play tackle.
Well, see, the thing is, Zach Tom, he's going to be right tackle. Left tackle, Rasheed Walker has been solid. Right guard is the position we're missing. Sean Ryan's like kind of the missing piece.
Oh yeah,
there, or not the missing. He's kind of the weak link. Josh Myers is starting to play better, and then Elton Jenkins is like a Pro Bowl left guard. So I think with the way they have it set up, I think that's where Morgan will end up playing is right guard. But what they look for though, and what they've talked about is they want guys that can play pretty much every position. They're obsessed with like finding swing tackles. Like even Elton Jenkins can actually play tackle, even though he's a better guard. And I think he played center at Mississippi State. So it's one of the weirder teams in terms of drafting. Like they'll say they drafted a tackle and then they'll play the dude at center. Like, and then vice versa. Like Elton Jenkins is a center and then they moved him out to guard. So anyway, so Javon Bullard to the Packers. Our next pick is I had it for a second and then I lost it.
Houston.
For a second. Yeah, Houston. We're going so fast now. Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. I think he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit because he is not a player that got as much recognition, obviously, as Alt, because Alt was 5th overall pick. This guy seems more of like a developmental player than anything else. I think this is a kind of a guy that if you can get him, if you can get his athleticism to kind of fit a role in your offense, like you're going to be onto something, but you have to kind of wait and see with a player like him. Any thoughts on Blake Fisher? I think we're caught up now.
Yeah. Harrison, you would know better about offensive linemen than I.
I mean, athletic guy, right tackle only is a little bit of a concern, but I mean, usually with these kind of guys, like you play on a good offense, there's a reason why you're not playing the left tackle. You're not that clear-cut prospect, but it's something where you want to get him in camp, see him against NFL defensive linemen, see how he holds up. I mean, for the this is Texans, right? Yeah. For the Texans, you've got kind of your franchise guy and Tunzel on the left side. So you're kind of set there. So he's somebody that can kind of plug and play, maybe at right tackle, maybe at right guard. You kind of see how he fits in. And with that kind of athleticism, usually you're just looking for somebody that can fill that role. And I mean, this late in the second, it's something that you hope you can kind of plug and play. I mean, I think they spent a 1st-round pick on that one guy at like Alabama State at Grambling a couple of years ago. I don't know how he worked out. I don't think he's playing much anymore. But
what's that guy's name?
Let's say Howard, something like that.
Titus Howard or Tyrus Howard.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're going to be drafting like this, you're drafting for the tools. He's somebody that can if he works out, like refine some of that pass blocking stuff. Which, I mean, as long as you can get the job done, like it's usually not too big of a deal, especially on the right side. You might be able to find a starter for multiple years, and these kind of profiles typically work out, especially not typically work out, but can work out, and you can usually get something out of it. I mean, even if he's not a tackle, maybe you put him in a guard. He's got a road grader mentality, and Notre Dame's pretty consistent putting out good players. So I like the pick.
Yep. Okay. I think I found another player I don't have any notes on. Cole Bishop from Utah. I don't think I have anything on him.
It's like a creative player.
Utah, by the way, they have this player I find interesting. So Cole Bishop from Utah goes to the Bills. I don't know. Do any of y'all have any notes on him?
I've always loved the Utah logo.
Well, that's that's great analysis. Hey, it's Neil's actually the guy that's running the Uniform Tracker Twitter account.
I mean, white safeties in Utah usually. Yeah,
what's
sorry. White safeties in Utah usually become special teams captains. So like, solid run defender. I'm thinking like Sorensen. There was Daniel Sorensen, Utah guy. So maybe, I mean, at worst, you're getting a special teamer. So
yeah, he's played 100 snaps on the defensive line in the last 2 years, which is pretty wild. 3
sacks last year, which is pretty impressive for a safety.
Jeez.
Good size, good speed. I mean, you never know. Don't have any notes.
He's definitely a strong safety. I pulled up his PFF profile.
Yeah.
I think he's probably going to be like more of a slot, like in the box safety. But there's really nothing about his profile that he must have tested really well, because he must be a freak athlete, because there's nothing about his like college production that looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Like his coverage grade on PFF was like 25th percentile.
That's
Run
great.
defense was average. Like didn't make a ton of he wasn't behind the line of scrimmage when he was making his tackles.
Special teams.
Yeah. It could be, but the thing is, like, we're starting to get to the end of the second round, and this is where really the tier break actually starts to happen.
Yeah,
with players, because at that point you're starting to be like, we're closer to the third round than we are the first round.
Yeah.
So,
and Utah's got a brand as well, like tough, kind of hard nosed defenders. Like you know what you're getting as far as like work ethic, and maybe if he's not a toolsy guy, like athletically he can bring something, and then he's going to play hard. Probably provide all 14 special teams type of help, which is something that you need to fill out a roster.
We need a skill position player to kind of wake us up a little bit. But the Lions,
somebody from Utah.
Yeah, the Lions take a corner from Missouri, and it's Rakestraw.
Okay.
I feel like the thing about these corners in this class is they're all like really solid in zone. Like they're good zone corners. I guess the college game now they play so much zone defense.
Yeah.
So they're all more solid in that. Like the Nate Wigginses of the world, like those type of players, they're a little bit more rare because they're so good in man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My big red flag with this kid though is like one career interception. That's kind of underwhelming. Yeah. I like to see a little bit more.
He allows a lot of completions.
Yeah. So Caleb Williams and Jordan Love and JJ McCarthy are gonna eat this guy's lunch.
It's nice to be a part of that for once.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. What if I was gonna make a profile for Caleb Williams where it was gonna be like best comparable player, like Todd Marinovich, and I was going to break down like all the things that he had in common with Todd Marinovich. I was like overbearing father, USC, like top prospect, like all of these things, and I was like
drafted by top 3 market in country.
Because Todd Marinovich was LA.
Yeah,
Chicago's not good for QBs. I don't know.
How are y'all going to destroy his career is my question.
Like, do you have any steam baths? I think there might be some pictures taken somewhere. I don't know.
Harrison, last night we had a listener that asked this question. I want to run it by you.
Yeah.
So over under.
Yeah.
3 years before Caleb Williams unfollows the Bears on social media.
Well under. This is going to be
By the end of this year.
but it is draft possibly. They draft like a 7th round quarterback or something like that. Like it could be like real petty, real quick. I mean, the rumors coming from the kid are pretty crazy. Maybe they don't accept his ownership offer.
Yeah. Did you see the clip where Eberflus told him he loved him?
He didn't respond, I love you back.
But I thought it was a little strong, like, hey, I just met you and this is crazy, but I love you.
Here's my number, so call me baby.
Yeah. He said legit, like, as he's hanging up the phone, like, love you, man. I went like, oh yeah. That's strong.
Eberflus is kind of sexy now, guys.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Caleb didn't say it back.
It'd be a big thing. I mean, maybe that's a draw for Caleb. I mean, you never know. If you like people you work
whatever way we can win the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's the goal. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do, as long as you perform. I believe that's mantra. So hopefully it all works out and nothing too crazy or petty social wars. But I think the Gen Z quarterback's going to be fun to deal with.
So the Ravens at pick 62, they take an offensive lineman. Like I said, we're really needing a skill player. Like, give us a running back, give us something. Another lineman. I like these type of players though.
Yeah.
Early declare, great athlete. Even though he was an early declare, he still had over 1,900 career snaps. So he basically played from when he got to college. I like that.
Yeah.
To me, like, if you're going to play in the NFL, like, I like the idea that when you got to college, you were immediately one of the better players there.
Yeah.
The only thing, like, this sounds like a broken record, does he have the length to play tackle, or are they going to kick him into guard?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, at this round of the draft, you're getting an experienced player that's a great athlete that can pass protect. I mean, what else do you want? I mean, if he kicks into guard, you're still getting somebody that can probably be a starter. He's somebody that's played a lot of snaps. He's still young. You can still develop more. I mean, it seems like a good potential to me, at least, coming from the best offensive line in college football. So what more can you ask for?
What's always funny about, like, watching draft coverage is, like, certain teams get so pumped after making picks.
Yeah.
Like, and they don't, like, I don't know. Like, I've always thought, like, are you really that pumped? Because like, half of the guys you picked are not going to work out, like, just naturally.
Yeah.
Like, because they were, like, they showed Dan Campbell and then, like, fist bumping. And they always do it for, like, every single pick.
It's a show for the camera. I mean, you're on camera, you got to be excited.
Look at all the Lions fans starting to disperse in the crowd now.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you this too, Harrison. So would you ever go to an NFL draft?
I couldn't be seen there.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a tough event. Like I just don't. It's like an awards show, but there's no awards. So, like, all you're really doing there is just kind of sitting there waiting for your team, and nothing really happens. Like you're just there. I don't get the draw, I guess. Like, on TV, I can kind of go do something else, but I'm now there. Like, I'm just kind of standing in the middle. Like, you're not getting the updates. You don't hear the show. There's no breakdown. You're just kind of there.
My whole thing is, I don't know where the bathrooms are and where are the bars and where can I get a sandwich. And, like that would be like, I'd be like standing around and I'd be like, all right, now what? Where can I go now?
It's a tough look, because then you're also, like, getting excited for, like, I mean, especially like day 2, day 3, like, chances that like every day 3 pick being called, like, you're just getting excited for no reason.
Now, I think it's a good place to bring, like, if you have young kids, they have, like, obstacle courses and things like that. And
yeah, that would be fun.
That's more of a Saturday thing, though.
Yeah.
Really. I don't think Friday night.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday night.
I'm out there at like 11 p.m. on a Thursday in downtown.
I was listening to 670 The Score here in Chicago on my way home from work today, and they're live from Detroit because of the Bears situation. And the producer, Shane Reardon, said that last night he seen this guy, this mom. She had her 4-year-old daughter like this. She was carrying her, and she had a wagon behind her. And in the wagon was originally was the daughter, but she was pulling her husband, who was passed out drunk.
What a
I mean,
family.
hey, like, what were they a fan of a specific team?
I'm assuming they were Lions fans if they had a wagon and stuff. Like they were probably from the area or something.
This is
no.
probably the greatest day in Detroit sports history since I guess the Pistons won the NBA championship.
Yeah, or
Last
the
like, major event you've had
108.
there. I mean, you've had MAC championship games as well, but that doesn't really have to do with Detroit. But it's a big draw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did they get a
you had
team-
this. We have a trade, so the
Oh yeah,
the Chiefs and the Chiefs and the 49ers
Oh.
swapped picks.
okay. So
They swapped one pick, so that's an electric trade. They go from
Yeah.
64 to 63.
Wow.
Let's see. We have another tackle.
Ooh,
Wow, they've been just a ton of tackles.
it's a run. It's a run. It's a run.
I gotta find him 1 second.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's Kingsley Suamatia. I don't know how to say it, but
BYU.
just a BYU, kind of a freaky athlete. It's kind of getting repetitive. They
Is that
keep
Jamal
saying this.
Charles?
Reading the pick, it looks
Yeah.
like it. Yeah.
It is.
But
I mean, fits with what Andy Reid likes to do. I mean, you kind of think through some of the tackles they've had on their roster. Somebody that you can kind of bring in, very green, very athletic, very long arms. Like, bring him in, see if he can develop into that starting tackle, especially as contracts start to bear out. I mean, you need those athletic tackles to kind of keep Mahomes upright and be able to adjust to whatever the hell he's doing back there. So could be a good prospect for that. And he's only 21, so that's a big plus.
yeah, and like you mentioned, that age is always important to me. Like I'm not as big of a guy that's just leaving his 5th year of college. I'd rather have the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
3 year, the guy that's in college for 3 years, which is really kind of rare for BYU because like half of those guys go on missions first,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and then come back.
The
But-
transfer world's just a different place now. Like BYU doesn't care about.
Oh
Really
no. A pool jumping video? Oh, that never works.
That's a death sentence. I remember
That's a death sentence. Yeah. That's
Jerron
Sorry.
Gilbert went to the Bears.
Ron Gilbert. My God, I can't believe you remember.
That was like the first one, and there's never been a productive player since.
It's never. There's still Bears fans on Twitter that make fun of Greg Gabriel, who used to be a Bears scout, and now he's like a huge personality on Twitter. And
Yeah.
they always like whatever he tweets something about. Well, he was very adamant that the Bears weren't going to draft Caleb. And people would be like, dude, shut up. You drafted the guy because he jumped out of a pool.
Yeah,
He's so
it's
weird
impressive.
for a guy that got fired by the team. He's a very big Bears homer at this, like even at this point.
sometimes
yeah.
you're a fan. When you're a fan, you're a fan. I mean,
Yeah.
can't pick your team. Your team picks you.
Is that probably the worst draft trade if you ever see a pool jumping? Is there anything worse than that?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's think here now. We got to get creative.
Yeah.
A guy dunking a basketball. That doesn't really do anything
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Trying to think through them.
Well, when they showed Ben Sanute, they showed him playing hockey.
Yeah, that's exciting.
That's kind of cool though.
It is
Once-
cool.
once-
I don't know how that's.
It's gonna help him.
For-
but,
The 49ers take with the last pick. We have made it through the second round.
Oh,
So
wow.
one
That's
more
at
round.
home.
One
2.5
more round to
hours
go.
in.
Yeah.
The
Oh, my God.
Niners go corner.
Yeah, but yeah, they go corner. 24-year-old rookie.
Yeah.
And I always joke though. So the 49ers basically like take all their day 2 picks outside of Deebo Samuel and light them on fire. So because they're all terrible.
Yeah.
It's like the Trey Sermons of the world. Who's the other guy they just took it was the kid from LSU. Yeah.
What's his name? Not Seals Jones. It's a double name.
Ricky Seals Jones.
Tavion Price.
Davis Price. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I guess those were 3rd round picks, so maybe Renardo Green technically being a 2nd round pick.
It's not great. I mean, you never know.
He does fit what the 49ers do well, which is play a lot of man coverage. And he held his own against Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. And I feel like Florida State, like all their guys made a lot of money against LSU because they had such a big game. And
2 years in a row.
Yeah. And they're not playing scrubs. Like Malik Neighbors went 6 overall and Brian Thomas went to the Jags at 20. I want to get, speaking of Brian Thomas, because we're kind of at a break, and then we can what I'm thinking about doing is maybe having some discussions about 1st round picks, and then we'll run through a bunch of 3rd round picks because frankly we don't care as much about 3rd round picks anyway. What do you think of the Thomas pick to Jacksonville?
He's super toolsy. He was always kind of like making plays downfield for LSU. He's somebody that, I mean, I think Neighbors took a lot of pressure off, but like he was kind of he was always making big plays. Like whenever there was like a 80-yard touchdown bomb, it was Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas catching 60-yard bombs. Like I think he's somebody that's like, I mean, he tested really well athletically, but he's more athletic than he looked on the field, and he's so big. I think he's somebody that's going to be. I mean, he's only a 1-year wonder at LSU, but I think he's going to be somebody that's going to be a pretty big time player for the Jaguars. Like I really like the pick for them. I think he was kind of the top end of that 2nd tier receivers. Like after Odunze, I liked him like as number 4 there, and I think he's going to be somebody that, I mean, not to put the expectations too high, but coming into a good situation as like kind of the 2nd best receiver on LSU team. I mean, Jefferson was that. Technically, I don't think he's Justin Jefferson, quite frankly, but I think he's somebody that's going to come to the league and make a big impact.
Yeah, my only question is because like he reminded me a lot of Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
In terms of like he's a height, weight, speed kind of player, like straight line. You know, he's fast as shit. Not the most overly productive player in college, and like probably the number 2. Like really kind of a number 2 receiver, but like the Jags have spent so much money in free agency. Yeah. On Gabe Davis, but like even last year they had Ridley, but I mean they still have Christian Kirk on their team. Like I was just kind of wondering, like I made the joke last night. It's like we literally have Brian Thomas Jr. at home. we have Gabe Davis, and I don't know. It just felt
so much faster.
You think what's that?
He's so much faster, and like I feel like he doesn't have the same tendency to disappear. It's like Gabe Davis was kind of like the perfect 2nd fiddle. Like I don't think Gabe Davis can be your wide receiver 1. He's a deep threat guy, but I mean he's only running a 4.5. Brian Thomas is sub 4.4. I mean 4.39's fast. And I think that he has this more of the speed to take the top of the defense with the ball skills that Gabe Davis kind of possesses to make that big play. So I think he at least has the potential to be that kind of game-breaking receiver that I don't think Gabe Davis has. I think Gabe Davis has the ball skills and the deep ball ability, but he doesn't have the breakaway speed where he can actually make that difference. And so like you spend a lot of money on him, but I think at this point the Jaguars are just trying to get as many weapons as possible to make sure that Trevor Lawrence doesn't run out of things. Because I mean, post Christian Kirk's injury, the offense fell apart and the team could not win a game.
What did you think of the? What did you think? I guess of the end of the Jags season last year. Like, do you start?
Yeah.
Do you think that blame goes to Trevor Lawrence? Like, how do you think that?
I think it's on a couple different factors. I think Press Taylor at OC did not do a great job. I mean, finding a way to keep the offense moving without Christian Kirk, because it kind of like became a Ridley-centric offense, and Ridley could catch the ball downfield, but Calvin Ridley was not able to like make the plays that kept drives going. And I think that's what killed the Jaguars more than anything else, is that they couldn't sustain drives. They could go get one touchdown, but there was not a consistent ball moving option outside of Christian Kirk. And they tried to find it. They had that Washington kid out of Penn State. They drafted him like the 4th or 5th round last year. That had one game, but overall, like I think that was the biggest loss they had, was not being able to move the ball intermediately down the field. And I don't know if Brian Thomas gives them that, but I think he's able to take the top off the defense more so than anything they had. I mean, Calvin Ridley's a fast guy, but I don't think he's quite the athlete or threat that Brian Thomas can possibly become.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting take, because I think like that's something where I had a different perspective on it last night.
Yeah.
And I know that, you're originally from Jacksonville, so wanted to get your take on that. We do have a skill player finally off the board to the Jets. I guess that's the first pick of round 3.
Oh.
We have Malachi Corley to the Jets, which is interesting because like they kind of have a hole at their receiver 2 spot, but this guy's not really like a downfield player at all. Have you watched any of Malachi Corley? Have either of y'all?
I watched a little bit of it in big air raid offense. I mean, they put up numbers there. They had the quarterback. I think he's from Jacksonville as well. There's like a transfer a couple different places. But they throw the ball around a lot of short routes. I mean, he's a stocky guy, and it's more about what he can do with the ball in his hands rather than what he does to get the ball. And that's something that can be used as a weapon, especially in the slot. I mean, maybe even putting him in the backfield. So it's a fun weapon for Aaron Rodgers to kind of play around with.
Yeah, because I think like what he kind of reminded me a little bit of Ty Montgomery, who was a receiver at Stanford that came out and then eventually became a running back. And last time I checked, he was still in the league, I think.
Yeah, I think he was he was the Saints for a little bit.
Yeah. But he was like I maybe up until at least 22, maybe even last year.
Yeah.
But like his highlight reel is really fun to watch. But like I question how like transferable that is, because like he can't just play that game.
Yeah.
In the NFL, like you can't just be that, because and part of me worries is like if he's just playing, if they're just kind of trying to use him as like a low average depth of target type player, you just get Laviska Shenault 2.0, which
right. And how creative is Nathaniel Hackett going to get with Malachi Corley? I mean, it would be a great tool for a great offensive coordinator, but I think he would only be maximized by the right guy, and I don't think that's the situation that's going to work for him. Especially Rodgers has never really trusted younger guys as much as people have said that. Green Bay when he was in Green Bay needs to invest in younger receivers. Well, he didn't really give a rat's ass about them. So. I mean, it'll be interesting how it works, but he'll slot in at slot, no pun intended. But I'm not sure.
Corey Davis unretired, right?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yes.
Yeah. So I think Corey Davis is back, which
he's not on their depth chart. He must be a free agent.
Yeah, maybe they let him go. I don't know, but like the thing about Corley is like I would joke, it's like if you run the wrong route in training camp, like you might as well just leave.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, because Aaron Rodgers is gonna not be patient with you, and then I don't know how they're gonna use him. It's gonna be interesting because he's just not really a downfield guy at all. But I think he has that ability. It just we haven't seen it. You're just projecting, but that's kind of the player you get it. At the 3rd round. Let's see if we have any other picks yet. Oh, we have a running back-to-back skill players.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
So, yeah. get a Florida State Trey Benson. Yeah. I gotta find him on here. He's somewhere.
His committee back. I mean, talented player.
James Conner won't have to do so much of the heavy lifting anymore.
He's still there.
He was last year. I don't know if he was a free agent or something.
Might be on the.
I think I have. I should have.
He is. He's still there starting running back according to our lads. Why did I think Trey McBride was a rookie last year?
Because he did nothing his rookie year.
Huh.
He's behind Ertz.
I
do not have a graphic, I think, for Trey Benson.
Oh, no.
That's surprising.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, he's a higher end guy. But...
I probably just skipped over it, I think.
You must. Yeah, I
must have.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for Florida State. Maybe I overlooked him. But I mean, I know Trey Benson's a good player. He's like a size speed guy.
Yeah.
Tested really well at the combine.
He's like a prototypical Madden running back, a guy that you would love to play with if you were.
He's gonna go pretty high in like fantasy drafts like coming up because I think like there's gonna be a vacuum and like this is gonna be a pretty good offense in Arizona.
Yeah,
I'll put a Cardinals graphic up here, but like James Conner's probably on his way out in terms of age. This guy's probably going to take over, and Kyler Murray actually has a history of throwing a lot of passes to running backs.
Dump offs. James Conner lived off it. Yeah, so he could be. I mean, he was a good player. He kind of played like it was him and like Tafunga, like it was like Samoan name at Florida State that they kind of like traded off carries. Benson was always a little bit more explosive and like he was good for big plays. I think he's somebody that kind of like projects well, and I think like in years earlier, he's probably early second round type of pick. This is the toolsy running back, soft hands, kind of do it all. But I mean, it's just kind of a non-premium position, so he's going to. I mean, if he gets the workload, he's somebody that I think can produce really well. It's just a matter of what kind of workload he's going to get.
Yeah, I like Trey Benson, even though I didn't make a graphic for him.
But he forgives you.
It's hard to know, Steven.
Yes.
Be right back.
When you make 114 of these things, like it gets but we're getting into the dog days of this thing. Brandon Coleman to the Commanders. Throw him up here real fast. He's from TCU, really long arms. Crazy athlete. Probably going to be an interior lineman though. But they have him listed on PFF as a tackle. So we're getting to the point where it probably just depends on your depth chart and where these guys can line up.
They tend to move around a lot too.
Yeah. I will. I'm gonna ask another question here. We'll let these guys and see. NFL Network has him listed at guard. PFF has him at tackle. So I think he's gonna be a guard personally. A question for y'all. So here's a debate question: Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors in a fantasy draft? Who do you take?
Who has let's put it in our dynasty league. Who has?
Yeah, I'm literally asking for my pick. Like I'm debating.
Oh yeah.
I like Neighbors as a player better than Marvin Harrison. Like
they're both really. Those guys are watching tonight. I'd be very upset if they weren't watching us.
For a dynasty league, like I feel like you pick the better player, and if you think Neighbors is that guy and it's a higher upside, I would go Neighbors.
Yeah.
The only problem, and I know we said it last night, and we even brought it up again tonight, that there is the possibility that somebody like Dak could end up in New York next year when Daniel Jones is inevitably gone. But that's a lot to bank on, and you're taking a gamble. Whereas Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get 130 targets this year.
Does Kyler ever produce like a top 10?
2021, he
Hopkins.
Oh yeah, Nuke, yeah. Thinking back, yeah, I guess so.
And he got Nuke at the end of Nuke's career. Well, I mean, I know he's at the end of the career now, but he was on the downturn.
Yeah. Like, I think the debate is like, I think Neighbors has the skills to kind of be an explosive guy. I mean, think of another New York Giants first round pick wide receiver that went to there. From LSU, kind of a catch a slant route, make a huge play. Like, it doesn't really matter. And I think I think Neighbors is going to have those blow up games. I think consistently Marvin Harrison will be better week to week to week, but
yeah,
it's a matter of how your team's structured. I don't think you're going to go wrong with either one, but
if Neighbors somehow lasted to 9 and the Bears drafted him, I would say Neighbors. And I know that sounds like I'm being biased, but it would just be a better situation, I think. But
yeah, New York's tough. Yes. But like, Daboll has definitely proven that he can like kind of feed a target, but there's not a whole lot else there outside of Neighbors. Like,
right. They could have gone a lot of different ways, the Giants, at that pick. We were thinking they might go quarterback because they need some sort of contingency. Like, they still, like, Spencer Rattler would be
a great pick right now.
A great pick for them coming up here soon.
Yeah.
Now they're on the board now. Actually, you're on the clock now. I should say.
What are your thoughts on Rattler as like a prospect? I think my thoughts on him are kind of like he's got the arm, but I feel like he's not athletic enough to be as small as he is. He's not small, but like he's not huge, I guess.
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Neil. Oh, you go ahead.
I think he's actually him going to South Carolina was probably a good thing for him.
Oh, for sure.
Because it became quite evident early on that he was going to get overshadowed by Caleb Williams. So, and he did get better, I think, at South Carolina. But there's just a few things, like he just comes off as somebody that's gonna be like a spot starter in the NFL. And it's hard to see anything more than that.
Yeah, I feel like with him, it's just kind of one of these things where he's got decent arm talent. He can kind of like fit the ball into places. But like I feel like Bryce Young was kind of a little bit smaller. I mean, obviously way smaller than Rattler, but I feel like Bryce Young, as far as his profile, there was like an elite quickness. And I think Rattler, like especially with the pressure he faced in South Carolina this year, he made the best of it. But there's definitely like, I think when it comes to NFL defense, he's going to have some trouble evading that without being, and he's not like the big guy to kind of break through it like a Big Ben type of prospect. So like he's got to be quick, he's got to be fast, he's got to be able to avoid those rushers to be able to find the throwing lanes. And I don't know if he can do that.
Yeah.
At that level, but I mean, he's got other tools, and I think height matters less in size overall. Like he's not a small guy; he's thick, but he's just not very tall. That matters less in today's NFL with how spread out it is. But I had him closer to Knicks than I think some people, but I think Nick should be going more towards this area of the draft than where he went, closer to Rattler. But
I can see that.
But I think he'd be a great fit in like New York, something like that as a backup quarterback. I think he fits well, spot starter. He's somebody that produced in college, has some of the tools that can be that kind of thing. And he's somebody that's dealt with the limelight. I mean, he was on the QB1 show as well.
That's true.
Like, so like he's somebody that can deal with like New York pressure, especially if Daniel Jones' head's being called for every other day in the media.
Yeah, he's somehow still alive.
He's just so vanilla that it's like impossible to like get rid of him.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to touch him. He just like hand in his pockets. Nobody can find anything on him.
Have y'all follow Wes Steinberg on Twitter?
I've seen his tweets.
Yeah, so it's like a fake reporter from New York.
Yeah.
But like he'll put out tweets about Daniel Jones occasionally. It's like sources tell me that Daniel Jones has had a setback in his ACL recovery because he got drunk at a Kenny Chesney concert and fell off a stage. And then I'm like, that kind of checks out. Like, because when I read that at first, I'm like, what? And then I realized it's like, oh wait, it's Wes Steinberg.
Yeah,
that happened to a Blackhawks goaltender one time, Corey Crawford, who won he won 2 as a starting goaltender for the Hawks. But he got hurt at what concert did he get hurt at one time? He missed like a month of games. He was drunk and he like missed a step or something like that.
Yeah, concert ended Riley Cooper's career, if you remember that.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
My God. I forgot about that.
Any Chesney concerts are dangerous for people.
Stay away from concerts if you're an NFL. If you're a pro athlete, just stay away.
And maybe watch your mouth too. That might be a good idea.
Yeah.
That's like the beginning of the cell phone video era. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. So I'll list out some picks real fast, just to keep up with the pace. So Caden Wallace, tackle out of Penn State. Probably going to be, I'll just read his profile real fast. A lot of good experience and good athleticism. His versatility makes him a swing tackle. That's all we got. That's all I got. The next, up next after that, and I'll actually let Neil break this one down, is Junior Colson from Michigan to the Chargers at early round 3.
Yeah, Junior Colson, he was I want to say he was a 3-year starter at Michigan. He was a part of all the teams that beat Ohio State anyways. I know that. I don't think he played before then. He's really a prototypical athlete. He's got very, very good size at inside linebacker. He cleans up well. We talked earlier today about how his job was a little bit easier because he got to play behind such great defensive linemen, Mason Graham and Chris Jenkins and the likes. So that'll be different going forward for him. He's going to the Chargers, right? Yeah, he's not going to have it. Well, they have good edges, but they don't have a great interior. His life's going to be a little bit more difficult with the Chargers, but he's going to play for his college head coach. So that's got to be something he's excited about.
It's going to hit so different when he does the who has it better than us chant.
And he's the only guy that yells.
Yeah.
What do you think Joey Bosa is going to do when he says that?
Interesting. Do you guys think it's interesting that Peyton Wilson hasn't been drafted yet? I feel like he's
supposed to go first round.
Kind of consistent first rounder. He ran really fast, like best interior linebacker. What do you think? Do you think there's a bad medical there or something like that? Or
that's in his scouting report too.
His knees are shot, I think.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to me because I feel like, off-ball linebacker's not huge, but
he's an excellent player.
Yeah, big year. Like I feel like that's somebody. But then again, like linebacker, something you could always have a lot of trouble with. I feel like a lot of the good ones end up. You probably go to the Cowboys because I think that's they like white linebackers that never play.
Yeah. Sean
Leighton
Lee.
Vander Esch. Yeah.
Leighton Vander Esch.
It goes back to Sean Lee, yeah.
Sean Lee, every year they'd be like, oh, this is the year he's going to stay healthy. And then
they used to have a thing specifically for injured off-ball linebackers and right tackles that never stopped holding. Because remember Flozell Adams?
Oh, yeah. He's huge.
But I just remember watching like everybody, you get a lot of Cowboys games.
Yeah.
And I just remember at least 2 or 3 times a week I would hear, they got Flozell Adams. He just got beat off the edge and he just had to save his quarterback there. I'm thinking oh my gosh. Or there was a false start. I still remember going to a Panthers game, and I always will remember the name Todd Stussy, specifically because there's this fan behind me at a Panther game where he goes, "Damn it, Stussy, false start every play. Like, and I just thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah. That
And
makes
I'll
me
always
think of
remember.
that's so funny. Makes me think of like worst right tackle performances ever. And one comes to mind, like Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football. Does anyone remember Alan Barber versus?
We talk about this.
Oh my
Well,
god!
maybe once every 6 months, the last 12 years, we've known each
It's
other.
gonna be the worst night for any offensive lineman that's ever existed.
Adewale Agunleye had a career night. He had 4 sacks that night, and I think he finished with 6 on the year.
Yeah.
Like
You
the
got an
entire
extension.
game. Yeah, the entire game was just like Agulier getting into the backfield.
Yeah.
And I think like the following week it got so bad they get 34-year-old Mark Tauscher out of retirement coming off of an ACL injury, and they're like, "Yeah, you can play right tackle."
Yeah, you come back, please. I feel like the next game, Tauscher looked like extra fat coming back to that game. Like because he always had a gut, but like it just looked like a little bit like he had a few extra beers in the off season than normal, just going into retiring. Like he just looked bigger because he and Clifton were both pretty hefty boys.
Yeah,
For like tackles, but he I feel like he was just you could see it, like he's a little wider. Like I feel like the chest would always kind of roll down, but the chest was as wide as the gut then.
yeah. Mark Tauscher was like, so I'm gonna see if I can like get a picture of him because it's like he was one of the most impressive athletes, but you would never think of it when you see him because like he
threw axes for a living.
Yeah.
Did you think of like a more Wisconsin thing to like have your best athlete probably of all time just be like a big fat guy?
Seriously,
It's pretty great. Like didn't he like lead like he's like the all-time leading scorer in Wisconsin basketball history or something?
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Like
Something crazy.
what?
Yeah, he's like one of the best basketball players in like the state of Wisconsin's history.
Am I frozen again?
You are.
Let me see if I can redo this one more time. I'll be gone for a second.
Okay, no problem.
You can keep doing it. It's working. When he comes back, it's only done it twice in 3 hours. So
Yeah, we made it through the second round. The third round doesn't matter because like half these guys, we don't even know.
I'm kind of looking at the best available, and there besides Peyton Willis, Troy Franklin is still available. Adisa Isaac from Penn State is still available. Roman Wilson's still there.
Yep.
TJ Tampa, Blake Corum, Jonah Ellis, Christian Haynes is still there.
Yeah, I liked him a lot, and he's
Jalen Wright, Jermaine Burton. So a couple guys that I'm shocked that are, I mean, not that they would all have gone, but I'm surprised a few of those guys didn't go yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's really going on there.
Oh, the Bears are coming back up again.
Part of me is like, should we have stayed for the third round? But we're gonna make it. We're gonna do it.
Imagine how fun it'll be when we're back here tomorrow for 6 hours.
I was thinking about that. Like, can you imagine people that do like?
There are probably definitely some out there that do that.
Oh, like PFF does, but it's like no. I'm like, Like I can't even watch the draft once we get to the 7th round. Like I can't.
I'm gonna just do like I have to finish cleaning the rest of this basement, and
But this is Mark Tower. This is one of the best athletes in Wisconsin sports history. Like,
look at that gut.
I know he was just what an athlete.
What a unit.
But think about it. That guy was like one of the best basketball players in a state in its history. And he was having like he basically held his own for 10 years in the NFL up against some of the best edge rushers.
Yeah.
Let's go through some
bar face mask.
let's go through some picks real fast. So Andrew Phillips goes to the New York Giants. He is a corner from Kentucky. We get let me see here.
Isaiah Adams to the Cardinals.
Yep, Isaiah Adams to the Cardinals. He's a tackle from Illinois. And then Trayvon Wallace, a linebacker from Kentucky.
So now Dallas is back on the board.
Your Bears are finally going to get to pick here.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Like I said,
I'll tell you the Bears pick.
Sorry?
I'll tell you who the Bears are going to pick.
They're going to pick Spencer
We just
Rattler.
talked about him. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's a good pick for Dallas.
Who
I
took
just saw
him?
it pop up. Cooper
Who'd they
Beebe.
take? Cooper B. Oh, I actually like him. We'll talk about him.
That's a very good pick.
Harrison is having computer issues.
Yeah,
apparently.
I
So he is.
seen that text.
Yeah, he is working on it. We weren't talking about anything anyway, so
Nothing.
he can take his time.
Cooper
Beebe.
Probably. Well, he's probably not going to start this year. They just drafted Tyler Smith 2 years ago, and Zach Martin is going to be an 11-year pro this year. So, although maybe he plays center, Cooper Beebe, does he have experience playing center?
Let me pull up his profile. So Cooper Beebe, he never played any snaps at center. Almost all of his snaps were at left guard. He did play left tackle his first year as a starter in 2021.
I wonder if the likes of maybe Zach Martin goes. Zach Martin played center at a time for the Cowboys, didn't he?
Maybe as a fill-in, but I mean, it was normally always Travis Frederick.
Oh, yeah.
They've had some changes, though, at the offensive line. And Zach Martin's getting older. I mean, this is going to be, what, year 10, year 11?
Year 11 this year.
So, but they just signed him to an extension. But Cooper Beebe, I'm kind of surprised. I thought he was going to go in the second. 2,500 career snaps, real productive, was solid. A Kevin Zeitler comp from Lance Zierlein. So I overall, I think that's a solid, really great value. You're probably going to get a starting guard in the third round if you're the Cowboys. So that you cleaned up pretty nicely, I think. I love taking guards in the third round. I think that's the best round to get them.
Yeah.
You can tell PFF is like pushing. They're like, okay, let's go.
Muhsin Muhammad is making the call for the Panthers.
We got you back, Harrison. I want to share with you.
Yeah.
This is the picture I pulled of Mark Tauscher. Just like, look at that, man.
Just wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful man.
It's elegance. I just love the old helmets too. Like,
oh, I know. Did you see that the NFL authorized for Guardian caps to be worn in game this year?
Who's going to wear that? No one's going to wear those.
Yeah,
I hope
not gonna look cool. You put the logo on the Guardian cap. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, like you look like the people from the Jetsons.
Yeah, it's like what are we going
to wear those?
It's just such a weird look. I always see them in like football practice videos now. I'm like, what is this?
I
guess
know.
it helps with concussions.
Our kids lose, quote unquote, their. I guess I shouldn't be saying that. Their Guardian, but they do. But they put them in their locker, and then the next thing, we don't wear them for games, and then it's just like they lose their homework.
Yeah. Kevin Zeitler, Cooper Beebe sounds a good player. K-State always has pretty decent guards. I don't like the profile picture though. That looks a little soft to me.
Who was it?
Well, you know who Jeremiah just compared him to, and you called him soft, but his comp was Richie Incognito.
Well, who also had a baby face, so like that's.
Well, I'll wait and see.
Richie Incognito, like, we need to do an episode, Neil, on Bullygate.
Yeah. What a time to be alive.
Should we get Richie Incognito on the show?
I'm sure you could. I've heard he's very available.
I'm sure. If we just went to like a bar in like maybe Montana, I'm sure he'd be in it.
He's around. Wasn't he?
What's that?
He was on Pardon My Take, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, they
Yes,
had
he
him on
was.
Great Week.
Yeah. Like he must have been really good to be able to like survive like the Bullygate scandal and like all the stuff that came out about him.
Yeah, he lasted a long time.
Like he played to like 20, like almost 20 years. He was playing like 2-3 years ago for the Raiders.
Yeah.
It was wild.
That Raiders team that he was on was like electric because you had like it was like the whole old crew came back. You had Richie Incognito with John Gruden as the head coach.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Remember, it's like everybody that was good in 2012, they were playing in 2019.
yeah, Antonio Brown, they had traded for him.
Oh my god! Remember the frozen foot saga?
Yeah,
He came to camp in a hot air balloon. But
that's another episode we could do.
Like this saga of
2019
Antonio Brown's CTE. Like now he's like a Twitter commentator, which is even better.
Remember when there was the video of him after he got traded to the Raiders, and he went to Derek Carr's house, and like Derek Carr opened the door, and he was like, "Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?" And for like a minute, they just went back and forth, asking each other variations of "How you doing?"
How do you
They had
deal with
nothing in common.
Yeah.
But we have just to roll through, we have Braylon Trice from Washington to the Atlanta Falcons. And then the Bears are on the clock, finally. And Harrison, my theory in the mock draft was Spencer Rattler would be the perfect pick here because he's former teammates with Caleb Williams.
Did this come true?
That would get him to unfollow them on Instagram tonight.
That unfollow would happen immediately.
Yeah. Maybe Ryan Poles took the under. So, but yeah, I already got his profile ready for you. So
that would be amazing.
I think I was thinking like me and my coworkers, we were talking at work, like, where do you think Spencer Rattler could go? And I'm like, there's one team I know he won't go to.
Yeah.
That's the Bears.
Imagine being Spencer Rattler is like you just can't get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
You're the starter at Oklahoma. You have everything going for you. You get sacked a couple times, throw a few picks, and this kid comes out, forces you to transfer. You just end up on his team. Who was it?
Yeah.
And the worst part is he transferred, and so did Caleb.
Yeah, that happened to Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield had a kid that started above him. Davis Webb started before Baker Mayfield, and they ended up on the same team, I believe.
Yeah.
Did they ever end up on the same team?
I'll look Davis. Yeah. Because Davis Webb played for like half the league at one point.
Yeah. And I think they both transferred out of Texas Tech too, as Mahomes.
Yeah, he's now the quarterbacks coach for the Broncos, so he'll be coaching Bo Nix.
Oh wow!
The Bears have made a selection.
Is it Spencer Rattler?
It's Spencer Rattler. No, it's Karan Amegajeje from Yale.
We made that joke because we always made fun of Sam Rosen. Yeah. And because Sam Rosen like used to call all the Bears games, it felt like, and they would always have these like foreign sounding last names, and the way they would announce them was always funny because it was like Israel Adadaje, yeah, because like this guy was from like New York City and like trying to say Aroma should do was hilarious. Kyron, I don't even want to try.
He's from Hinsdale in Illinois.
Hometown kid.
Yeah, that's do you know who's from Hinsdale? Is John Lynch.
There you go. So do you think he's an elitist?
Yeah, Hinsdale is I'm telling you, they're up there.
I mean, from Yale.
Yeah.
But
Yikes.
I mean,
How does he fit in with the Bears? No, I mean, it sounds like he might be also a guard. It seems like that's the kind of that seems
How
to
many-
be, as we were joking, that seems to be everybody now.
how many guards are in this draft?
80.
Yeah, feels like a lot.
No, it should be interesting. Because I like Braxton Jones at left tackle. I think he's a really serviceable left tackle. I also think the Bears' offensive line will look better with a quarterback that gets the ball out faster than Justin Fields did. And Darnell Wright is a really I think you're fine on the tackles. So I think they probably drafted him with the idea that he'd play guard. Nate Davis, the Bears signed him last year, and he was not really at all worth the money. Tevin Jenkins, when he's healthy, is a road grader. He's fantastic.
He's a beast.
But he just seems to get hurt like every other game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't stay healthy last year, did he?
No.
Well, I think he played like 13 or 14 games, but there was a couple of games where like you would see on Twitter like Tevin Jenkins has gone to the blue medical tent and be like, "Are you kidding me again?" And then sometimes he'd come back out, but it's very disappointing because he can be a very good offensive lineman if he stayed healthy, he'd be, a top end guy. But I don't know if they got him for depth behind Tevin Jenkins or if they got him to play in place of Nate Davis. But either or, I kind of like it. I'm starting to think now that the Bears might re-sign Yannick Ngakoue because they're going to go into tomorrow with one more pick, and whoever you pick, you're not going to be expecting to do much at defensive end. So I'm starting to think that maybe Yannick Ngakoue might be their guy because, you'll need somebody opposite of Montez Sweat, and Ngakoue got better towards the end of last year. He wasn't, great, but if they get him at a better deal than they got him at this year.
A standing ovation they're doing in the war room in Chicago.
Oh yeah. See I was gonna ask you, do you think that these guys, like the guys in the war room, are like, what the hell is taking them so long? Like, we made that pick 15 minutes ago.
Probably.
The draft's probably over. Like,
yeah, they're probably signing undrafted guys out. There's Ian Cunningham to the left.
Jonah Ellis to the Broncos. He's an edge rusher from Utah. So people that watch a lot of Utah. There you go. Let's talk about some teams kind of going in to next year. I had a take last night that Neil laughed at, but I had a take that I think the Arizona Cardinals could I'm just saying could contend for a wild card spot. Because hear me out. There are seven teams that make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
There's 16 teams in each conference, so almost half of a conference makes the playoffs. So I think to me, it's not totally out of the question that they could be among the top 10 of the teams in the NFC. I think they're probably going to be better than Carolina. I think they're probably going to be better than Washington. I would think that they're going to be better than the Giants. The question is, they got to be better than basically three other teams. But the thing I like so much about them is how they looked when Kyler came back from injury last year. Do you think that Could you see Arizona making a jump from 4-13 to where they maybe win 9 or 10 games?
So they got to beat out the Falcons, the Saints,
I don't think they got to beat out the Falcons. The Falcons win the division.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like the Bucs are still kind of right there. I feel like the Saints are kind of right there. Like, I mean, whichever team. I don't think there's a wild card out of the division, obviously, but I think
it's gonna. I agree with Harrison. I think it's gonna be a lot like it was last year. I think the Falcons are set up to be a very underwhelming team.
Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of problems.
They have a very easy schedule, though. The Falcons.
From yesterday, I think there's going to be some problems because I think Cousins' team is going to be coming into this distrust. I think there's a disconnect between the coaching staff and the management, and the general manager, and the scouting department. I think there's a big disconnect there.
But like with Arizona, like, do you think they could be? I think they could be a 9 or 10 win team.
I mean, you think of like that division. The Rams are kind of like up there. The Niners are obviously not going to be unseated this year. I don't think they're going to do that. But like, I mean, the issue I think they're going to have is that the division's really good. Like, I don't think the Rams are going to fall off all that hard. I don't think Seattle is going to be bad. Like, I think both those teams remain somewhat consistent, although Seattle does have a new regime. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if Kyler's there all year, I think they've definitely leveled up talent-wise. I think they've got some more premium players there that could make them more successful. It's just, I think it would be up to Kyler Murray. Like, if Kyler Murray is what he's supposed to be, then yeah, they're a playoff team.
It would take Kyler Murray's best job of his career.
Yeah.
To get them to the playoffs.
But I could see it happening because we've seen a lot of year 4, year 5 kind of jump middling to, I don't want to say elite. I don't think Kyler will ever be elite, but
yeah,
I think he can get his team, and he's gotten his team to the playoffs before.
Yeah.
You know, I think people are underestimating. I do not think that they're going to just be automatically locked into a bottom 4 team in the NFC.
Yeah.
I like the way they played some good teams last year. Like, they beat Pittsburgh, they beat Dallas,
they played Philly.
They beat Philly, and they played San Francisco actually pretty tough. And I think it was the games where Dobbs played where he was so bad, but they stayed in the game until like the third quarter of each game. But he just he couldn't manage. So I think that's where I feel like the Cardinals are like. You know, I'm not necessarily a big bettor, but I'd love to. I'm curious, what is their win total? Because like that's the.
It's like 6. Probably
yeah,
like
I feel like that's a pretty good value.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it there because I feel like the narrative's pretty generally negative on them. But I mean,
6.5 is where it's listed.
It's just such a tough division. I mean, between McVay and Shanahan in the division, like that's you got to play them twice each. So like you're assuming probably at least 3 losses for those 4 games. Seattle's probably like you split that. So out of conference, they should have a pretty easy schedule. Maybe beat the Panthers, but I feel like they lost to the Panthers last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they. I don't know who the Panthers beat.
The Panthers only beat the Falcons and the Texans.
Yeah, they beat the Texans. Okay, so
they didn't beat the Seahawks, did they? No, they lost to the Seahawks. Yeah, you're right. It was the Texans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That could be. But yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly possible that they make a run at it. It's just such a tough division.
So we have a player that got picked by the Raiders. So he was ranked on PFF's draft guide.
Number 200.
257th.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Stop.
I mean, that's where you're getting to the point. That's where the disconnect between like front offices in the league and like draft Twitter is.
Yeah.
we really don't have an idea of where these guys are anymore.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah. I feel like right around this area is where you kind of get off the board. Like, I feel like there's a lot of research from the first 2 rounds because it's kind of the same players. And in the
Yeah.
third round, you've got some guys you know, and then there's a lot of names that you've never heard of.
yeah, like
There's probably,
I'm
like,
not
this-
going to go into Delmar Glaze from Maryland.
Great name, by the way.
Yeah, Delmar Glaze.
Yeah.
by
Well,
Cracky.
while he isn't a dominant run blocker, 2 key things will attract NFL teams to Glaze as a prospect.
His name.
He was a good. Yes, that 100%.
Yeah.
Like, he could get a Krispy Kreme NIL deal if he had
Oh,
gone
yeah.
back to Maryland. But
And
he's 328 pounds, so he's already got the fat part of it. But, like, he was a good pass blocker in college. He earned an 80 plus PFF pass blocking grade in each. And the other thing too is, like, imagine being the intern at PFF where you have to chart Delmar Glaze.
Yeah.
Like,
You gotta watch 859 snaps.
because somebody's doing it. Like, you have to go through every snap and great. Like, the way I think they do the scaling is like it's like a good play or a great play, a good play, a neutral play, and then it's like on that kind of scale.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, that poor guy, because, like,
Maryland's
the
the worst to watch. You had Tua's little brother. You had some exciting things. They won a lot of games this year.
yeah. I guess it would be more if you were like you're having to do interior guard play in the Mountain West or something.
Yeah,
like that. I don't know.
You get assigned to like Sunbelt football.
Yeah.
It's gonna be rough.
Kalen Bullock from USC, a safety.
So
We still haven't seen Peyton Wilson. So it's
that
definitely a
medical's gonna be
medical.
really bad. That's gonna be really bad. But I feel like there's other guys that have gone like early that kind of similar position that with really bad medicals. So it's got to be like just rock bottom. It's like thinking
Maybe
back.
he doesn't have a knee anymore.
That could be it. Wasn't it like DeJuan Blair had no ACLs and got drafted in the NBA?
He was actually a pretty solid, like, bench player for the Spurs.
Yeah, he played a little bit for the Spurs, but he had like no ACLs. Like, how does that even work?
Yeah, but how do you have any lateral movement?
Yeah.
I just picture somebody jumping and you're like your legs just like turn into a puddle.
Like,
I'm thinking of the South Park episode where like the knees explode. I won't go into further detail, but
Wow.
but yeah. I mean, that's gonna be terrible. It's like that dude's like Kuechly-esque as far as like production in college and with better like measurables. I mean, he's obviously not Luke Kuechly, but
wasn't Jalen Smith from Notre Dame, like, he had an ACL injury that was really bad.
He had like horrible medicals, yeah. Because he was supposed to be a first round pick and fell. Same with
did
Miles
he go
Jack.
undrafted, basically?
No,
Oh,
Jalen
he was in the
Smith.
second round.
Oh, no, he
Yeah.
went in the first round, but he didn't play his first year, right?
Yeah, he was out the whole year.
Yeah, the Cowboys picked him, and then like he was good for like a season, and then it kind of fell apart.
Yeah. They had him. I think Miles Jack had like really bad medicals too, because he was supposed to be a first round pick as well. Ended up going to the Jaguars.
Who was the guy for Jacksonville that was like supposed to be that he was like awesome and then went crazy? He was the other line, Telvin Smith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Telvin Smith. Yeah, he got arrested, I think, for like soliciting underage girls or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had like an 18-year-old at his house or 17-year-old at his house. He was really good. He was like a 5th round pick though. He was on that like Florida State
team.
championship kid.
Best
team.
players always got a little screw loose. That's okay.
Yeah.
Wow. he was like a string being at linebacker. He's like 215 pounds playing linebacker, like 6'3", 6'4".
He was just fast.
Yeah. Good tackle. He's consistent. He was really good for the Jaguars too. Some bad teams too.
That one good team. That's
that 1 year they came out of nowhere.
we went to a couple of games. I think I remember.
Yeah, the Bortles year. Miles
the
Jack
AJ Green. We went to
time you wore a toilet seat or
no. That was 2013, 2014 when the Jaguars were really bad. It was the Jaguars Titans Thursday night game. It was like the annual game. and they were always like 2-14 going into it in like mid-December.
Yeah. It was it was week 16 Thursday night football.
Yeah, it's always a
they were-
Thursday night game. That was the prime time game for both teams, and like they were both
One.
No, I think both of them were like 2-12.
Yeah, it was bad. Like the marquee players were like, there was like a D tackle out of Auburn that was like got like 10 sacks for the Jaguars and got paid. Pat Sims, I think was his name, something like that.
No,
I remember
I know.
him.
I know. Derek Marks.
And Derek Marks, yeah. He's just really like he was like the key player for the Jaguars. He's like a backup D tackle that just played on a really bad team. And then who did the Titans have? The Titans, that might have been like Mariota's first year, maybe the year before they got Mariota. I'm trying to think of his quarterback. Maybe it was
Charlie White. It was Charlie Whitehurst was the quarterback.
Clipboard Jesus.
God,
Yeah.
horrible.
We went to that game because
Yeah.
you and I went to that one, and it was that was because like you were joking one time, like I think because what I think ended up happening was like we were getting like done with exams. He's like, "Hey, like we got a couple of days before Christmas, like we go to the Jags game. We can get tickets for like $10."
Yeah.
Because who's going to that game on a Thursday night? Like, come on. Yeah. So
The week before Christmas.
yeah, but my wife's family, like they lived in
They were in
Jacksonville at the time, so they got wind of it, and like so we ended up with like, a lot better seats than we were expecting to do. Like we were gonna sit in the nosebleeds on Thursday night, and then like we were like 10 rows from the field. It was awesome.
Yeah. Watching probably the worst football we've ever seen. The Titans
That
are
was-
in the game.
Yeah. But dude, I'll be honest with you, like bad NFL games are like some of the most fun I've ever had.
Oh yeah. I mean the
Yeah.
Chiefs. I mean the Bengals versus Jaguars game where Jalen Ramsey and AJ Green got into a fist fight was maybe the most fun I've ever had in an NFL game.
I remember watching a Cardinals Cowboys game on Christmas Day, and both teams like I think the Cardinals were like 2-12, and the Cowboys were like 4-10, and it came down to like John Skelton leading a last minute drive, and it was electric.
I think I've been at a game where it was Chris Winkie against Chris Chandler. And
That takes the cake.
I see like the best thing now about YouTube is you can go back and watch NFL primetime clips of those games. And
Was
the
that a
final
minute
score?
long?
No, the final score was 10-7. So the biggest play of the game is Atlanta's fullback. I think his last name was Richie, John Ritchie. I think
John
was his
Ritchie,
name.
yeah.
He had like a
Good beard.
30. He had a 30-yard like gain where he just like escaped and scampered down the field, got run from behind, and that was like the big highlight of the day. Like,
Fullback guy.
yeah. And that I think that's the game where my dad so I was there, like my uncle, his I guess his in-laws worked for like Pepsi bottling of Charlotte, and we got tickets that way. So we go to the game and we have like good seats, and we used to go to a lot of Panther games back then. No one wanted the tickets. It's kind of like now. I don't think anybody wants to go to Panther games now. And anyway, they have on the Jumbotron like this woman that's up in the like one of the luxury suites, and it's like it's the Harris Teeter fan of the game or whatever. And they interview, and this woman, she's plus sized, right? And she's like in her 60s probably at that point. And she says, they're like, "Who's your favorite player?" And she looks at the camera like dead eye, and she goes like, "Todd Sauerbrunn. He's hot." And like the whole stadium was like, "Oh God."
Oh no.
Yeah. and like Todd Sauerbrunn, like I remember like we looked towards the field and he's going like oh shit. Like, but those are great because like there's no one in the stands. It's like 30% filled.
Like suspended for like PEDs.
That was back when like Todd Sauerbrunn was the only Pro Bowler on the team.
Yeah, like, I feel like he got suspended for PEDs at one point.
Yeah, he did. No, he did. I think that was when he was with Denver.
Yeah, he was with the Broncos then, but still.
Yeah. My other favorite Todd Sauerbrunn memory was when it was against the Bears, where they were playing against the Bears in Chicago.
I know exactly.
And he's like, "Oh, I'm not afraid to kick it to Hester." And I'm like, "Why would you say that?" like your punt coverage team has to hate you. You're like, "I'm gonna kick it to him." Like, and if I'm the gunner on that team, I'd be like, "Why? No,
I don't want to have to chase him."
It's so easy to avoid. Just kick it out of bounds. We're good to go.
Yeah. But no, he kicks it up the freaking middle and scores a touchdown. And then I think he had a kickoff return for a touchdown too. And it's like, just stop it.
He was kicking off to him. Like he was the kickoff specialist. And then late in the fourth quarter, he tried his first like angle punt and he like literally turned his body and he punted it straight into Charles Tillman, who blocked it. Terrible game for him.
The Bears were such a fun team, like when they have things go like that, because I've never seen a team win in ways like that before. Like their offense could have like 5 yards passing and they scored like 30 points.
It's really exciting.
Christian Haynes, who is a popular guard for people.
I see he went.
Goes to the Seahawks.
Yeah, looks like Jermaine Burton went to the Bengals, which is
I pulled him up so like because I wanted to talk about him for a little bit.
Yeah.
My question with him though is like, why did he leave Georgia? Like, because he went to Alabama, he's pretty good. It's like, I didn't really understand. Like, he seems like a productive player, like, but he only went in the third round. Like, what am I missing with him?
I don't know. Did he not run well? Maybe I think that might be the thing. He maybe ran slower than he like played. I think that would be the thing that could like cause it. Like if he's like a 4.6 guy, I think that could have caused some trouble. I don't know for sure though.
Yeah, I'm pulling up his.
Seems like he struggled against man coverage. Not a real good yak guy.
Yeah, he's a 4.4. He's a 4.4 guy though.
That's a lot of that could be scheme too.
He's the guy for Alabama. Like he was the guy that made plays for them with pretty subpar quarterback play this year. So like, I mean, maybe the Bengals have a knack for this, but they bring in pretty good receivers. As an outside the numbers guy, that probably doesn't bode well playing with Jamar Chase. But like, I mean, they lost Boyd. Higgins can play slot. Higgins can kind of play all over the field as well as Chase. So maybe like he can fit in as kind of like their third guy and fit in pretty well because he's not going to have much presence and he's shown that he has talent at the elite level. So it could end up being a steal. I know they've got a lot of guys they like over there as well with some of the younger draft picks that they have with like Charlie Jones and Isobenis, the kid out of Princeton as well.
That's the first thing I thought about with Cincinnati is like that receiver room feels really crowded now. Because I mean, I like that kid out of Princeton, Isovis. I don't know how to say it, but Charlie Jones.
Yeah.
They still have Chase. They still have Higgins, and then now they're putting a third round pick into Burton. Like that's 5 deep.
Yeah.
I think part of me is, and I think it's too late now. Like, I mean, we haven't seen T. Higgins get moved yet.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody was kind of speculating.
Thought it was going to happen today.
Yeah, but it didn't. So, I mean, and now if you're the Bengals, like there's even less incentive to trade them because it's like your pick won't be until 2025.
Yeah. Not only is it going to be next year, but I'm sure he's going to help out a team, and that probably brings their pick back.
Now, what I would do is just make him play on the tag, and then trade him after next season. You get a full year of T. Higgins, and you still get a top pick.
Yeah. Maybe that's the thought process. You can kind of be the T. Higgins replacement. So I think those other guys
doesn't hold out or something.
Yeah. Because I think they can tag him twice.
Mm-hmm.
So
But the
You have to
second time, it's 120% of what it was the year before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then you still have to pay Chase.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets a little tricky. You have to
Yeah.
pay everybody.
Worst part about drafting guys when they're good.
Oh, we have another skill guy. I'll skip Tip Raymond though from Illinois. Blake Corum from Michigan.
Oh, good.
And this might have nuked Kyron Williams' fantasy value.
Going to the
Going to the Rams.
I feel like was Kyron Williams a big 40 guy? Did he have like a high 40? I know he was pretty productive at North Carolina.
Kyron Williams was at Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame. Yeah, Notre Dame. My bad.
Kyron Williams.
Harder.
Yeah, Kyron was like he was kind of like he really tested poorly coming out of college. Like he was like a 4.7 type player, like really slow. Anything below 4.65 is usually
A
really
drop.
low. Yeah, and he got picked I want to say the 5th round.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for Corum here. 1 second.
Very productive. I feel like Corum's kind of a similar type player. Like I don't think he has elite top end speed, but like he's his shifty runner, runs hard.
He did have very good speed at the time. The torn knee really screwed him up in 2021. He was going to win that, or not 2021, 2022. He was probably going to win the Heisman in 2022 if he didn't tear his knee. And last year he just didn't like the ironic thing is he didn't have he only had 2 touchdowns that were more than 20 yards last year, and one of them was the play after Trevor Keegan tore his knee, or who was it was Zach what was his last name? Zach damn it, I can't think of his name. Tore his knee.
Zach, talking for the Rams?
No, for Michigan.
Oh.
He was Michigan guard. I can't think of his last name now. But anyways, it was actually the two of the biggest plays of the entire season. It was that play against Ohio State, and then the go-ahead touchdown in the Rose Bowl. But yeah, he just didn't have that, and that was what a lot of people were saying maybe hurt Michigan was going into the Rose Bowl. A lot of people were thinking, oh, maybe this will hurt Michigan because they don't have the explosive run game they had years previous, where last year Michigan was really like, because they didn't need to, they were just kind of like grinding teams to death. Like they were like in the third quarter, it was like brutal because you might only be down 17 at halftime against Michigan, but you'd be down 40 by the start of the fourth quarter because the third quarter they would just bleed you to death. Whereas the years previous, they'd go up big and then they'd rest. Corum, I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, he's a true, like, I know you had Michigan man under Mikey Sanders. Still, he's a Michigan. Or
I just did that to troll.
Yeah. Oh man, I love this group. They were. Oh, look, another Michigan guy.
Yeah, I'm looking for him now on my board, and Roman Wilson's fallen.
Yeah, he did.
He was getting even like low round 1 hype from some people.
Yeah.
And the Steelers go 3rd round receiver. I feel like every year they go for a day 2 receiver. Consistently.
Haven't worked out as well recently.
Yeah, I mean Pickens, I think, is a hit.
He's a 2nd round guy though. Well, yeah, I guess day 2 though. Yeah, Pickens is a hit. They had the Memphis kid, the little guy,
Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
And that's not he plays, but he's not like a consistent target earner.
Yeah.
But they do have to address the receiver room because Deontay Johnson's not there anymore.
Who is the other guy that they signed?
Who is there? Go to their depth chart.
Nobody. It's nobody. It's somebody, but it's nobody to write home about.
It's let's see if we have it here.
Oh, it's Van Jefferson and Kez Watkins. That's who they signed.
that doesn't count as anybody.
God, no, it does not.
No.
So, yeah, I guess. Well, Roman Wilson he's gonna start from the get go.
He'll walk into a starting job, help Russell Wilson out. Russell Wilson, he kind of profiles like what Russell Wilson's done well with. Like you think back to the Seattle years, Floyd, what's the other guy's name? Doug Baldwin, kind of similar profile.
Yeah, Paul Richardson.
Yeah. Quicker than fast, pretty. I don't know. I mean, he's pretty fast to be fair, but like intermediate route runners that can.
Yeah, tough, good run blockers.
Yeah,
but he doesn't get very many yards after the catch though. So like he can. I think basically the only way he gets any big plays after the catch is with straight speed. He's not necessarily like a shifty type of guy.
Yeah,
he's going to try to run past you, and if he can't, then he's going out of bounds.
Yeah,
which that reminds me a little bit of like Tyler Lockett in a way.
Yeah,
I think he can line up in the slot though, and I think that's where he'll probably go when he's in Pittsburgh.
I mean, they've had a lot of really good slot guys there. So
yeah,
I think Johnson does a lot of slot work, doesn't he?
Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, he played out of slot a good amount.
I think he did. Yeah.
Oh,
but he's on the Panthers.
Yeah, he's kind of their replacement.
Yeah.
We have another Michigan. We have 3 Michigan guys in a row going off here.
Oh, wow.
It's the guy I was just thinking of, Zach Zinter.
Zach Zinter. Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't he have an injury?
He did. He got hurt in the Ohio State game.
I didn't make him a
terrible injury. I don't know if was it his leg that he broke or did he tear his knee. I want to say I think I kind of remember the air cast coming out, so maybe it was his leg that he knew it right away. And it was like one of those like moments that kind of like drew out, like the whole crowd started chanting Zach, Zach, Zach.
That was the Ohio State game, you said?
Yes. That was thought he could have come out last year, I believe, and he would have been a very high pick.
Yeah, broken leg.
Broken leg, yes. I think he was projected to be like, I don't think a first round pick last year, but I think he was going to be like a second, probably like a day 2 pick. But like he getting injured this year, he probably could have been a first round pick this year if he didn't break his leg late in the season. So I guess it's healing pretty well that he's that he got picked now. But
reports
I'm glad he got picked.
He'll be ready for camp. So that's probably why he's getting drafted here versus later on as like kind of a flyer.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see him get to the 4th round and another team scoop him up.
Yeah. That's good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, very good player. I mean, that Michigan offensive line was unstoppable. So it's a run on the Michigan guys.
We've had 6 or I think 7 Michigan players now drafted so far.
Yeah. What's the record's like Alabama, like 17 or something?
Yes, they had a graphic up earlier and I forgot to look. Oh, the 49ers traded up.
Ooh, I wonder what they could be going for right here.
Let's look at the best available.
That didn't even matter anymore because we're having guys that are like projected to be 200th and they go in the 2nd round. So.
Well, let me think here. Could they draft another Iowa tight end, Eric Hall?
That would be an interesting one. He's a former Michigan guy too, isn't he?
He was, yeah. He transferred with Cade McNamara.
Yeah.
I think Jalen Wright would be interesting as a kind of a second guy behind McCaffrey.
Yeah,
he's a really good zone runner.
Yeah. Did they hold on to what's his name? The Elijah Mitchell.
I think he's in the final year of his deal.
Yeah, he's still on his rookie deal. Yeah,
I
think he's a 4th year now.
Yeah, I feel bad for Mitchell because he was really good.
Yeah,
and then he's just been completely phased out.
Just couldn't stay healthy, man. Couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah,
but I mean, who's going to turn down Christian McCaffrey?
No, and you're not going to take touches away from him.
Yeah.
Oh, we're almost there, boys. 14 picks.
We're making it. I mean, maybe they've gone running back in the third round the past couple of years, so maybe they do it again here. I can see that. Maybe if you have receiver troubles, add another one outside Pearsall. I mean, they can really go anywhere. The team's pretty complete.
Spice Adams.
Ooh.
That's one of my favorite memes is him chucking up 3-pointers.
Yeah.
So fat.
Yeah. Not anymore, apparently.
He lost a lot of weight, actually. Yeah.
What does that look like? Because I feel like that's his whole brand. Like he's an NFL player. He's like 6 foot tall too. Like he's like such
he's not very tall.
He's a compact man.
It's so weird to see him doing something for the 49ers because his whole bit is like a Bears guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, he played for the Bears forever, didn't he? I guess he was on the Niners.
6 years for the Bears, I think.
Yeah.
Dominic Puny. But he's not puny.
Yeah.
No, he's massive. Actually, let me. I have something on him. It's he's like one of the biggest people in the entire draft.
Really, that's a real.
Yeah. Outside of the sweat.
Funny.
No, he's 6'5", 320.
Wow.
And he's basically the only reason why he's in the drafts and why he even played like big time college football was because of how massive he is. And by big time college football, like I guess if we count Kansas as big time now.
Yeah.
But like he started out at Central Missouri, and I would have loved to watch him line up and play. I can't even think of what conference that is in the FCS. Like SEMO. Is it Missouri Valley?
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Central Missouri State is where that was.
I'm not sure.
But it's basically like that is a massive, massive tackle for somebody you would see at the FCS level. You don't really see guys that big. Really, if he can just continue his development. But I always thought his name was kind of funny because it's like Dominic Puny, but he's actually the opposite of that. So we are getting there. Maris Leafau from Notre Dame to the Cowboys.
Okay.
Has every team picked? We haven't had a Rams situation yet.
Like, no, I don't think so.
Or a Dolphins like 2 years ago where they didn't pick to like 100 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cleveland was the last team to pick, I think.
Yeah. I haven't seen much, but like hype wise, I don't know if we've had much out of some teams have been more quiet than others.
My AirPods died.
Oh no.
3 hours and 47 minutes. That's how long they can last.
Were they fully charged?
Yeah, they were fully charged when I started.
So. Yeah. There we go. I'm just waiting to see
tomorrow's show is going to even be more fun.
Oh, stop
great
it.
Names. Some great names. TJ Tampa still hasn't gone yet. I think TJ.
Yeah.
In our mock, we had him in the first round.
Oh, wow.
That's how much we know about the draft.
Yeah.
In fairness, too, we drafted him like when we thought like he was ranked as like the 33rd best. Oh, Tyson Fury has a fight in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
We drafted him when he was like the 33rd best player according to PFF, and then a week later when we did our round 2 to 3, I was like, oh my God, look at TJ Tampa all the way down here.
Yeah.
And I think we drafted him to the Lions, which is even funnier.
Yeah. And then I made like this comment. It's like, how can you fall in a 2-week span? How can you fall like completely out of the first round? Like per draft media. But like there must be something. Well, and Daniel Jeremiah didn't even have him as like one of the best available.
Yeah.
So like that shows you though, like how once you get after like the top 20, it just completely like it becomes like choose your flavor.
Yeah. Although, like, I feel like this year in particular is really weird because, like, it was so offensive driven, but like, I feel like the first round you can only draft 4 positions now, which it seems like quarterback, wide receiver, tackle, and then edge or corner are like the only positions you can draft in the first round. Like, if you don't go that way, like, it's not a needle mover, and I think that's trend is going to continue into the future.
Yeah.
But like offense over defense this year, it's probably partially the draft with so many good receivers and the quarterback run. But I mean, have you ever seen a draft like this where it's like what was it, 6 defensive players in the first round?
Yeah, something like that. 7.
Yeah, that's not very many.
Yeah.
It's wild to think, but like I mean, how much of that is driven by like the contract philosophy versus
Well, we were kind of talking about that last night. We were wondering if it's because of, there was like a few weeks ago, there was this huge, like, big to do about the points were down last year. And so, like, are all teams or a bunch of teams worried about that? And they're like, oh, we need to fill up our offense. And
my thought process on it is kind of like, if I'm having to get to a second contract, who am I paying? Like who's going to cost more?
That's part of it.
My quarterbacks, my receivers, my tackles. And I think that's kind of what's driving it. I mean, this draft had a plethora of all those positions. But I think like you're going to see that kind of whoever's getting paid the most is going to be who's drafted there because you get the 5th-year discount. You can create like a 5-year window if you hit on it, more so where you don't have to pay that guy. And I mean, D tackles, really everything but those 5 positions seem to be kind of moving out of favor because you don't have to pay them as much and you can find them on other teams. So I think you're creating like I wouldn't be surprised if the first round like it almost becomes uncouth to like draft anything outside of like a generational talent within that's outside of that position group just because of the contract situation.
We have a running back off the board.
Our boy Lloyd?
88th overall to the Packers, Marshawn Lloyd. So, really, really big, like great athlete. He was one of those guys. He was originally in South Carolina. He had an ACL injury during the COVID season. And then like you could tell the year after that, he came back and just wasn't the same, like really just was unproductive completely. Like just not explosive at all. Transfers to Southern Cal and then like kind of regains his momentum. He is a really, I think he like it's kind of interesting because I think like to me, he is a really good pass catcher, but like he's really to me he's like size speed over everything. Like I think if you like high BMI but runs really fast, this is your guy.
Compact load to 5'8". Like that's hard to tackle, especially if he's moving
20.
Yeah,
it's a bowling ball.
I don't know how the Chicago Bears are going to tackle this guy.
Yeah,
it's gonna be hard.
Yeah. Oh, look, Caleb Williams was throwing passes to him, but now Jordan Love will. Yeah.
I mean,
Caleb can tell them their secrets.
Yeah. That's probably why they drafted Marshawn Lloyd. It's like, hey, look, give us all the dirt under Caleb's fingernails.
I mean, to be fair, like Caleb Williams has put his dirt out there pretty publicly.
Did you see him dancing last night?
No, I did not. Luckily, I was at work and was not able to watch most of the broadcast, but I'm sure it was terrible.
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't imagine. No.
I could never imagine having a quarterback that would make the entire American public cringe.
Yeah, like, I'm just thinking of like all the old football guys, just like kind of watching the tape, just every part of their body is rejecting whatever he's doing at all times. They're just sickened by his presence.
I do love football guys, like coaches in particular. It's like the only way to solve a problem is like I just got to go back and watch some more tape.
Yeah.
Gotta watch the tape.
We're missing something in here. We can make it happen. We get old Doc on the mic. Let him go through the tape with us.
And then there's one clip of Belichick saying like, "How did your team like what? How did what did y'all do to evaluate that? Like they got killed in Kansas City," and he's like, "Well, we didn't watch the tape of that game. We just." So like, why would we? Like, there's nothing to learn from this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would we do that?
Yeah.
Very strange. Very strange. I feel like football culture is like it's so like there's so much nepotism within it. It's very interesting to kind of like watch how things evolve. Because I feel like a lot of the processes within certain organizations are just kind of repetitive, and
yeah, they are what they are because they've always been.
I feel like we could do a better job than half these teams, and maybe we don't know like all the minutia of the details, but like, I mean, like,
no, I think you have a point because it would be interesting to see how an outsider would do in that situation. But like,
if only there were a fan-owned team. And we're the worst team about it too. Like our general manager, like, hey, can we get cameras in on your draft room? And they're like, nah.
It can't be that complicated. I feel like there's so many dumb decisions. Like, I mean, like the Falcons, for example. Like, it seems to me like the coach liked Michael Penix and was like, we're making a move, we're making a push for Michael Penix, and ownership was like, yeah, let's do it. And new quarterback be damned.
I don't know about that though, because like last night they showed a clip of Arthur Blank talking to the GM of the Falcons.
Yeah.
And Arthur Blank looked like, are you sure about this? Because it's like, and I feel it from Arthur Blank's point of view. It's like, I'm the one that has to pay this man $100 million.
Yeah. I mean,
out of my checkbook.
I mean, it's like Raheem Morris did this with, like, wasn't he the coach that drafted Josh Freeman?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, he was. I forgot about that.
And like he fell in love with kind of like a quarterback because like Josh Freeman's like, I mean, I think Penix is better than Freeman. Obviously, Freeman was like really toolsy, but like never did anything in college. Whereas Penix is like got a production track record.
Jordy Nelson made Josh Freeman at Kansas State.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't want to put it on Morris or anything like that, but I feel like Morris kind of wanted to put a staple in the organization coming in, and like we're doing Penix, Cousins. I mean, Cousins be damned, which I think is just going to set up terribly for them.
Yeah, I don't. But even then, it's like, but if you felt that way about Cousins, then
why make the move?
Why sign him? Like that's
because like I try to think of it from every angle. Where it's like, well, maybe Cousins' knee isn't good. It's like, well, then they didn't vet him before they paid him $180 million. Like at what line of thinking? Like even they try to play the Jordan Love thing, like where he's going to wait behind and like progress into it. But like he's 24 years old. He's literally the same age as Jordan Love right now.
Yeah. Because Love is a year older, but the comparison doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
because it's like Love was 21 when they drafted. He might have even been 20 at the age that he was drafted. Penix is already he's gonna be a 24-year-old rookie, I think.
Yeah, and Cousins is just getting there. It's not like Cousins has been there, like Rodgers was there or Favre was there.
Yeah,
it'd be like, I mean, bringing in a brand new quarterback.
And Rodgers and Love were not top 10 picks either. Like they were both back into the first round. I think like in Rodgers' case, he just kind of fell in their lap, and they were like, okay, I'd rather have this than Fabian Washington.
Yeah.
And then in the case of Jordan Love, I think like they were probably a little uncertain about Aaron Rodgers into the future, and it's the back end of the first round. I think like the story there is they wanted Jefferson, and once the Vikings got him, it was over.
Yeah, it's like might as well. We're not gonna be able to trade out of this.
Imagine.
Yeah, if Aaron Rodgers had Justin Jefferson, well, he'd probably just not throw it to him.
I imagine he'd get mad about like
maybe now he'd start throwing it to him.
I'm just thinking like like what petty Aaron Rodgers move would like he does the gritty at one point and that pisses Rodgers off, so he just doesn't give him the ball.
So let me force feed it to Devontae.
Just imagine both those guys on the same team. That'd be pretty ridiculous.
All right, the Packers just drafted a guy who missed a tackle every 4 attempts.
Okay.
That's not good. What position does he play? I guess
Linebacker.
that's not great either. It's not Peyton Wilson either.
He's got a 39.6 coverage grade. That's pretty good. And yeah, his missed tackle rate is 22.7%.
That's not good.
So yeah, like Neil said, it's not every 4, it's more like every 5.
Every 4.5.
Okay, that's fair enough. And then but I'm looking at his PFF analysis and they say, they have shades of, and it's shades of Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis. So that's pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah, so
there's something about this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what, everything points to him being terrible, but there's something about him that makes me think he's going to be great.
I have a feeling he plays a lot of special teams. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Because at this point they're like they already drafted one linebacker tonight.
Yeah. Just filling out the core.
There's also a curse for the Packers. They really suck at 3rd round picks historically. Like the last 10 years, I think like 2 guys have hit.
Yeah.
And most teams have multiple thirds, like every other year. So they drafted this guy. I think we were all on a Zoom call. I think that year they drafted a guy named Josiah DeGuara.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fullback tight end.
Yeah, and I remember watching his highlight tape, and we all knew like right there, like no, that guy's not going to do anything.
Yeah, we were like, he looks like a run block.
Yeah.
He was like a 6'1" tight end. It's like he could play fullback for them.
His highlight was he caught a bootleg from Rodgers on Monday Night Football, made a guy miss, and then he tore his ACL.
And some people are not meant to run like that, and apparently he was one of them.
Who was the Packers tight end, Steven, that I sent you a video of him. He was playing up in Canada, and he was just absolutely screaming at his coach.
Jay Sternberger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
I was like, wow, that looks very bad.
He was at A&M.
Yeah. He's Ohio State A&M.
Yeah,
he's pretty high draft pick too. He's like a 3rd or 4th rounder, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's a third. If it's a Green Bay 3rd round pick, it's not going to be good. So he was a 3rd round pick. Mm-hmm. So that draft class, we had Elton Jenkins in the 2nd, Pro Bowler.
No.
And then Jay Sternberger. I remember that night. I was more excited about Sternberger than I was about Elton Jenkins.
He was a white guy with tattoos. Like looked pretty good at A&M. Like ran seams down the field, catching touchdowns.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
He had issues, and I think he failed a drug test and got suspended, and then I think he got cut after that.
Yeah.
Because I think they cut him because they had to make room for Randall Cobb.
Didn't the Packers have like Colt Lyerla as well? I don't think you drafted him, but speaking of like problematic tight ends.
Yeah, we got him as a UDFA.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be like a 1st or 2nd round pick. Like
I covered so when I did like an internship in Milwaukee, I went to training camp, and that was like one of my stories that I actually worked on was a Colt Lyerla story. And then they had the family night scrimmage, and he is a dumbass and tries to like hurdle over a guy in a practice, which you don't do in an NFL practice. You don't hurdle over other people because that's how everybody gets hurt.
Yeah.
He hurts himself, and then I think they like waive him with an injury clause like the next day.
I'm pretty sure he's dead now, which is terrible. But
is he?
Yeah, I think he died. Like drug overdose.
That's sad.
Sorry to put a damper on things.
No, he's still article still on ESPN.
He is a convicted felon. He is still
different. He's dead to some people.
He was sentenced.
What was his name again?
Colt Lyerla.
He was like a 5-star prospect.
Lyerla was sentenced on November 19th, 2019 to 27 months in the Oregon State Penitentiary after pleading guilty to charges of coercion, 4th-degree assault, unlawful possession of heroin, and strangulation in Lane County Circuit Court. So,
what did you know about that, Stephen? Were you
on his Wikipedia page? He last played football for the Arizona Rattlers
Oh wow.
in 2015,
Arena football team, I think.
and then he was traded to the Portland Steel in 2016.
Wow. They can trade in that league. It's pretty amazing.
He's a Sandy Hook truther too, as well.
Oh wow.
So
Probably got that from Rogers.
yeah,
Yeah.
could be. What is it? Aaron Rodgers' whole thing. The story with Aaron Rodgers wasn't Sandy Hook. It was he told DeShone Kizer, like DeShone Kizer goes up to him and like for the first time and is like, "Do you believe in 9/11?"
Yeah.
And Kaiser's like, "Yeah, I do." And Rodgers like, "You might want to read up on that," and like walks away. And then people wonder, like,
Exactly.
like I'm not saying that happened. I'm more saying that that's what I think DeShone Kizer said would happen, and people wonder why Rodgers has the reputation that he does.
Yeah. He's a free spirit.
Yeah.
Do you think Rodgers watches a lot of InfoWars?
Oh yeah.
I don't think
I think a lot of YouTube documentaries. I don't think he's not a news guy. He's not a news guy. He's much more like, he's much more like, I'm gonna find my own streamcast. Like I'm gonna watch a documentary and like he'll spout that documentary for about 2 weeks and then kind of find a new one.
He'll call like a guy that he knows that's like pretty good with that stuff, and he'll ask him like, "What do you think of this?" And whatever that guy's opinion is, he takes on that.
We have another receiver off the board, Jalen McMillan.
All right.
The other Washington guy.
So all 4 of Washington's big 4 are drafted in the top 100.
Technically the big 5 because they had Fatanu as well.
Oh, Fatanu, that's right. Yeah.
So
they've had a lot of guys go this year.
Yeah,
I mean, like they both their tackles. They're a good team. They're a very good team.
Probably going to play in the slot. Who do they have? They have Evans and Godwin are there.
Yeah, they have. Who else? Who else? Like they had.
Can you pull up the our lads, Neil?
Yes, I can.
Somebody flash this year.
They have Evans, Godwin. Oh, they already had McMillan as the slot receiver.
They have Ryan Miller still.
Yes, it's pretty bare behind.
Furman shout out.
Devin Tompkins, Raheem Jarrett, Trey Palmer, Raleigh Webb, Ryan Miller, as you said, Cephas Johnson.
Raheem Jarrett was a 5-star.
Yeah, he was supposed to be Stephen Diggs too. They kept him around, which is pretty cool. I'm surprised Ryan Miller's still on that team. That's big for him.
They still have Kate Otten though at tight end.
He played in the game this year too.
Yeah.
He's like actually a football player.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming the way he got on is like he had to play special teams.
Yeah.
I went to school with the guy that was on the Bucks for a long time, and he's not on there.
Who is that?
Pat O'Connor.
Pat O'Connor. He's not on the team anymore. He's been on the team forever though.
Yeah, he played for them like for 7 years or something
He
like
played
that.
like Eastern Michigan, didn't he?
He did, yes. He was the guy that when they tried beating down the cinder block wall and they couldn't break it down, he was like one of the guys with the sledgehammers.
Oh God, that's a bad look.
It still says in Wikipedia he's on the team.
Ravens take an edge rusher, Adiza Isaac from Penn State.
Yeah.
So he's the guy that's opposite Chop Robinson.
Nice. That's a good pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Ravens always get an A+ in every draft. Like, everybody loves the Ravens.
Yeah, that's why they're good.
And then after that, we're almost there. We're almost at the end of the marathon. Jalix Hunt from Houston Christian.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, he got a lot of hype. Like, I actually had something for him on his. Obviously, when you get a kid that played FCS football, if they make it to the league, it's because of their athleticism. I think, because
production too.
but you got to produce. But at the same time, you have to show like a crazy trait because production alone at the FCS isn't going to make you stand out and get you picked day 2.
Yeah, day 2.
Yeah, so 4.64, and whenever I see an edge rusher running the 4.6s, like my eyes kind of go, like, oh wow,
Yeah.
like that's incredibly fast. He's running as fast as running backs that are 210, 220. But he's a developmental guy apparently, which I think makes sense because if you're playing at Houston Christian and Cornell, you probably haven't gotten the coaching that guys in the SEC have gotten. But he's going probably to the perfect place. The Ravens, I feel like every year they take a 3rd round edge rusher and then they turn him into Za'Darius Smith. And then this guy,
the Ravens are going to the Eagles.
Hunt is going to the Eagles. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But Isaac will be the guy that becomes Za'Darius Smith. Hunt, though, I think he could probably just be a rotational player for them. And they have had a lot of changes at their, like Brandon Graham's retired, I think. So like he might have a chance to play.
They have Hassan Reddick still.
Yeah.
They were looking to trade him.
I think, Well, you know what's crazy? So they just had a thing on NFL Network. He began his career at Cornell in 22 as a safety.
Just long athletic. Got big.
Yeah, but like that's kind of crazy to think about. He's eventually going to become like a D end.
Yeah,
and he played safety.
There's a guy on the Bears. He won't be there, I'd say, this year. He'll probably get cut this year, but it tells you how bare things were in 2022 in Poles' first year. Dominique Robinson.
Yeah.
He was a former wide receiver, and he's played defensive end for the Bears the last 2 years.
That happens a lot, though. Like you'll get guys who are, like bigger, longer, and like have the athletic profile, and like
put on 30 pounds,
put on the weight because it's really not that far. Like if you're like a 6'3", 6'4", 220-pound guy, like 20 pounds, you're playing D end in college. Another 30, you're an NFL guy.
Yeah, true.
Like you're not that far off. You can keep some of that athleticism, especially with the length. If you don't have good hands, like it's not that far away. But my favorite is always the quarterback to tackle transition. I feel like there's a few guys that did that, like Lane Johnson. Got to be a tough time. Like imagine being a quarterback, having all the freedom, and then all of a sudden you play offensive tackle.
Oh.
No fun to be had.
So Bill's taking interior rusher from Duke.
That's Carter.
That's
they're starting to go rapid fire now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just name the picks here. Jags are on the clock.
Wayne Carter, he seemed like.
What would be really fun is if they take Spencer Rattler and then Spencer Rattler takes Trevor Lawrence's job and the Jags win the Super Bowl.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I wouldn't find that funny.
No, but I'm more for South Carolina. It's the South Carolina Clemson dynamic.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. No, that's obviously not going to happen. I don't know what's more unlikely is none of that's possible. The Jags can't win the Super Bowl. That's been proven already because Miles Jack was down and they still called him down.
Miles Jack was not down.
Was that?
He wasn't down.
Yeah, he wasn't. I'm saying the NFL rigged it.
Yeah. There's a beer in Jacksonville called Miles Jack wasn't down.
Is it really?
Yes. It's a brewery like right across the street from the stadium.
I still like what's crazy about that game though is they still like got the ball back and they choked it anyway.
Yeah. Did they? How did that final? They went 3 and out. I remember, right?
Yeah.
Neil, that could be our Jags episode because we did one on the Panthers. We need to do one.
That would be kind of fun to do one on the 2017 Jags.
Yeah, we got 2 AFC Championship games in their entire history. Both of them ended poorly.
Both of them in New England.
Yep.
Actually, both of them they had a chance. Well, 96 they were driving to tie the game, and I think it was Mark Brunell got stripped by Otis Smith, and they ran it back for a touchdown with like a minute left.
Yeah.
Like he had the ball ripped out of his arms.
If Jacksonville had a Super Bowl parade, where would the parade go through?
The beach, hopefully.
Yeah.
Stay away from downtown. I don't know. That's kind of terrible. Just do the whole I-10 corridor.
You just do
295.
what is it? What is the loop?
295.
Yeah, no, just get on 285 and just shut down 285 the entire day.
Just have them ride around as fast as line the streets with like 55 people.
Yeah.
Cheering them on.
Go back and forth.
295. I said 285.
Yeah, 295. Yeah. That would take like 8 hours. So many miles. It's like 300 miles of road.
Neil, I don't know if you know this. Jacksonville is the biggest city geographically. in the
Really?
United States.
It's absurd. So there's no like townships. It's just all Jacksonville.
Really?
Everything's Jacksonville for the whole region.
Yeah. Like you enter Duval County, it's just Jacksonville. It's the same thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like
The whole county is Jacksonville.
like you could be in if like North Jacksonville, for example, like where the airport is, to get to the southern side of Jacksonville, it takes you like an hour. Yeah.
Like the only townships that are still left are the beaches. So like you have like Jax Beach and Atlantic Beach. They're the only ones. And Neptune Beach, which are all like across the intercoastal anyway. So they're not like contiguous landmass anyway.
One of my buddies lived in Jacksonville for 2 years after college.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he's back in Chicago now. I think he moved back just before COVID.
Yeah, you'll check out a Jags game. They're electric. The Bold City Brigade. Me and Steven almost fought a guy.
Not me and him, but
Steven was there too. Steven was part of the crowd. He wasn't quite yelling in people's faces, but he was there.
Yeah.
He was in
there's two Stevens, so there's me and then Steven Hospital.
We were very anti AJ Green that day.
Yeah, that was the AJ Green Jalen Ramsey fight.
Yeah, we were just yelling "fuck AJ Green" as loud as we could. The whole stadium.
Yeah,
it was like assaulting Bengals fans. It was pretty terrible. It was like right after Harambe too.
Oh man,
they had a lot of stuff.
That's cool.
But AJ Green violently assaulted Jalen Ramsey, who we've now found out to be a baby back bitch. But then we liked him.
Oh, yeah, like 2 years later, he's demanding a trade.
Yeah, like think about that saga of like how fast that Jags team fell apart. Like within a year, they had Nick Foles at a quarterback that worked out terribly.
Yeah.
They had Jalen Ramsey demanded a trade and just didn't play. Like he just lied and went to Houston before the game. He just didn't play in the game. They had Telvin Smith goes to jail for the child pornography.
There was the year that Jalen Ramsey got traded. That's the year that he arrived at training camp in a Brinks truck.
Yeah. He was like, pay me my money. Everyone was mad about the Bortles contract. Bortles is gone the next year. Like think about has anything ever dissipated more quickly than that?
The White Sox
AFC Championship right to Gardner Minshew's your starting quarterback in like a year and a half.
Yeah, and you're thinking of rolling with him for the force.
Yeah, foreseeable future. No, that was like a debate.
Yeah, he up until Trevor Lawrence, he was the best quarterback in the Jags had since Brunell.
Yeah,
or I guess David Garrard.
David Garrard in there. David Garrard had some winning years. But yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean, Bortles had his moments, but Bortles was just always like a garbage time guy.
I'm looking at the play-by-play from that AFC Championship. So this is how it all went to hell. So the Patriots basically go 3-and-out. They did get a huge pass interference on this one drive, so it put them in Jacksonville territory, but then they did nothing with it. So they punted, fair catch by D.D. Westbrook on the 10.
Okay.
First down, Leonard Fournette up the middle for a loss of 1. Second down, Blake Bortles deep left, incomplete for Allen Hurns. And then on third down, Blake Bortles incomplete over the middle for Keelan Cole. They punt it, and Danny Amendola runs it back 20 yards to the 30-yard line. So, yeah, now I remember how, like, because I remember they ran that punt back, and I was like, oh, yeah, it's over.
Tough game. Tough game. It's still, like, debated wholly in Jacksonville as we think we would have.
Yeah, it was there.
It was the Rams. Like they could have beaten the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking back to
that was the Eagles. That was the year.
The Nick Foles year.
Next year was the Rams year.
We were so close to because I remember being mad about that outcome between Jacksonville and New England because I was like, we were this close to having Blake Bortles against the winner of Case Keenum, Nick Foles in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like
football might have jumped the shark.
Because there was this like we were like knee deep in the middle of QB wins like narrative war, where that's all that matters to people. So then I'm like, well, if you win a Super Bowl, like you're in the Hall of Fame, right? And then I'd be like, well, Blake Bortles just won a Super Bowl, right?
Like, so, the best of all time.
Yeah, and like that team, their whole strategy, they drafted Leonard Fournette specifically because they're like, we're going to give you 25 carries to keep Blake Bortles from not turning it over.
Tom Coughlin, man, Coughlin ball. Yeah. Like he was going to be the Patriots slayer, and he gave up after 3 years because he could not deal with that generation. Jalen Ramsey retired Tom Coughlin. But yeah,
now they're going to ruin Trevor Lawrence, so that's good.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see. They've got so many receivers now that they can't possibly. I mean, it can't possibly be that bad.
Have they done anything on the line?
No. They have Antoine Harrison.
Wilson finally got drafted, and guess who drafted him?
Who took him?
Pittsburgh.
Steelers.
So now he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, now he's going to be Jack Ham.
This is clearly like just set up like easy.
We'll go ahead and say that we'll make that the soundbite. Well, Neil said he was Jack Ham, so if he doesn't end up as Jack Ham, like what an idiot.
He said it. He looks like a freaking dumbass.
He does kind of look like Jack Ham, though.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him.
Yeah, he could have played in the 70s.
But the key thing with him, though, like you said,
jawbones.
He's arguably the best linebacker in the draft if he's on the field.
Yeah.
But those knee injuries that he's had, that's the whole question with him. Is like he probably should have gone first round if that knee checked out, but it clearly didn't. And I guess the Steelers now feel comfortable taking him at this spot.
Yeah, the third round. I mean, they've had good success with linebackers.
We'll get to learn from Patrick Queen, so that works out for him.
Yeah.
Peyton Wilson was the 30th player on the PFF big board and goes at pick 98. He was number one in the country in coverage stops with 26 last year.
Wow.
Wow.
One of the best tacklers, unlike the Packers draft pick, who had a 22% missed tackle rate. Peyton Wilson had like one of the lowest missed tackle rates. Yeah. It's really the injury history. That's all you have to say about it. It's like if he plays, he's going to be awesome. If he doesn't, it could be I think this could be like a Jalen Smith type where he's just, or a Leighton Vander Esch type where he's like good for a year.
Yeah.
And then he like doesn't play ever again.
Yeah. It's like, if he's on the field, he's good. It's just like, is he on the field?
Yeah.
He retires 6 years later after 3 seasons of football combined.
Is Leighton Vander Esch going to be like one of the last people to have a washboard behind his neck?
No, that'll come back. The white linebackers everywhere are just waiting to wear that.
I used to wear a neck pad when I was in 8th grade.
It's a great look. It's an
awesome look.
Did
you have one growing up?
No, unfortunately not. On the O-line, it just wasn't really an option.
I played tight end and defensive end.
Yeah.
I used to wear it all over the jersey so it made me look bigger.
Well, that's even better. Where it's like up out.
Yeah.
See the jersey sitting on the
Did
back.
y'all wear white shoes or black shoes?
Oh, black. No, except in high school, I had white, basically white, and like a couple red stripes.
White shoes make you look faster.
We had white shoes in college. I had white shoes senior year of high school. But
Unfortunately, what's happened to uniforms designs for college football, like they have done no favors to fat people.
yeah, no.
Like,
You can't
I
wear
remember-
white shoes.
I remember when they came out with y'all's uniforms, like
Yeah.
when you were in college, when like they redesigned them,
Yeah.
and then like of course they show all the pictures like with the receivers and defensive backs, and they're going like they're doing the thing with the gloves and all of that thing, and then I see a picture of y'all wearing it, and I'm like,
Not good.
You
Not
can see
good.
every roll.
yeah,
Yeah, no, they're
it's like
very
tight. It's tight, and it's not great.
Yeah. And they're not like as long as you'd think. So like the back end pops out of your pants and stuff. Like it makes you look sloppy.
Yeah.
You just got to be like the '80s offensive lineman and just like cut off the top of the bottom of the jersey and just show the abs,
Yeah.
which there are none. But rock that.
There
I
was
think. What's that?
Who I was about to say, like you want the Tony Saragusa look where your gut's literally hanging out of your
It's
your
a
pad.
beautiful look. We need another Tony Saragusa. He's one of a kind.
We need another Mark Tauscher.
Yeah. Beautiful. Just imagine that gut hanging out. Like you can see where his undershirt like is not meshing with the jersey.
What's crazy to think about is like the Packers, I know for a fact, have a basketball court like in their team facility.
Yeah.
So like I'd imagine like them playing like 3-on-3 and Mark Tauscher's just laying it on everybody.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I imagine he's gonna be hard to freaking defend. Like you're not gonna be taller than him, and like look at those arms. His arms are long as hell.
Yeah. One more pick, and then we will finally finish up here. I think we have plenty of material to work with. Cut up a bunch of videos.
yeah.
So thank you, Harrison, for coming on.
Yes, appreciate it, Harrison.
No problem, man.
We probably could have gotten off after the second round.
Hey, third round's where the magic happens.
Well, when there's a Hall of Famer, we'll have a clip of our reaction.
Yeah.
We'll be talking about Mark Tauscher.
It's probably
When we're at the Hall of Fame induction and the baby is waking up now,
Yeah.
which
Awesome. Just in time for you to take a break.
which makes me look really bad because
speaking of people we didn't like look at, the Ellis kid that went to the Broncos.
Yeah.
He's like 4 siblings in the NFL.
Yeah. His dad played too.
Yeah,
I
he's
can
probably
pull
gonna
it-
be like a 10-year pro.
Yeah, Jonah Ellis from Utah. I can pull him up real fast.
We had
before we-
Hayden Ellis, who played for the Saints.
Yeah, that's Hayden Ellis's?
Yeah. Anyone with that last name is like a brother. There's like 10 of them. Their dad is like a Mormon that had 15 kids.
Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, he went
Yeah,
to Washington. Interesting.
yeah. I like him. I think, and he's a former quarterback too.
See, he was the Michigan quarterback. That was the other one.
Yeah,
Right. Dylan.
Dylan.
yeah. But like Luke McCaffrey, I think was a quarterback at Rice, and then transitioned to receiver.
Yeah.
He actually put up some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, I think he was like a 1,200-yard guy, like pretty strong, strong work.
Dang, look at that catch.
It's so weird though, because like Christian and Luke aren't really that big, and
Yeah.
like when people are like, "Yeah, there's the son of Ed," I'm like, Ed
He's
was
like
huge.
6'5".
That
He's
was
like 6'5",
massive.
220. And Christian's
Ed-
5'10". The thing is, like, I think Dylan is like 6'4", 6'5" as well. Like, he's a taller guy as well.
Yeah, I think when Drake London came out a couple of years ago, like one of the comps I saw was Ed McCaffrey, which I thought was interesting. But
Yeah.
anyway, we are all done.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Harrison, for coming on.
Thank you
I'm
for
gonna-
having me.
I'm going to end the stream now.
Yeah.